Ciao, I'm Marianna Esposito, and today I'm in Ogunquit, Maine, in a little restaurant called the Cove Garden. And I'm here overlooking a very pretty little spot known as Perkins Cove. And when I look out and see all the boats in the harbor, it reminds me so much of a lot of the trips that I've taken to Italy. And I've been in many places, both north and south, but there are still a lot of places that I need to go. But just sitting here and relaxing, I'm thinking about a place I'd love to visit, and that's Genoa. And I'd love to know more about the secrets of that cuisine. And you know, I don't even have to leave home to find out about it. Dad, Ellen, Marianne, making a recipe. There's nothing here that's written down.
And with your smile look like Mona Lisa.
Oh golly, gee whiz. The rest of my wine, and don't you love my brush? This is the way they do it in Umbria, of course. Just baste the meat with a rosemary sprig. So that's good. Now, the Italians are such happy people because they have happy food. And just keep going like that until you... Ciao! Over 30 years ago, Oswaldo Riva brought the traditions of true Genovese cooking to America. And today, my southern Italian curiosity meets his northern Italian cuisine.
Toxic.
Well, what's so special about the ravioli from this region? Why are they different? What's so special about your ravioli? I make ravioli.
But this is the ravioli that my mother, she used to make for years.
Okay, so
she avoid a lot of things like the original one. Usually they put brain inside, the lacetti, so-called lacetti veal. Instead, she showed me how to make this one. We have boiled beef here.
Yeah.
Right?
So you need 3 kinds of meat for this. The beef?
No,
You don't?
beef and pork.
Just beef and pork?
If
How
you
about
have
veal?
you can put also a little bit of veal if you like.
All right.
And pork.
This is very similar to the filling for my cappelletti. I use 3 meats, the same that my grandmother
Exactly.
used. Beef, veal, and pork.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so now we're going to grind this up?
Yeah.
Okay. That's gonna be a lot of filling, but you're gonna make about 500 ravioli?
Oh,
Easy.
we dump everything inside here. See? These they are very good with a quattro formaggi with mushroom
With 4
sauce.
cheeses, okay. Now you're gonna put the margarine?
Yeah, the margarine, eggs.
Can I put it in?
Oh yeah.
All right. Good. Okay, now we're ready for spinach?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so that looks pretty good. You're good with
There.
your hands. Very
Oh yeah,
good.
hands they are the best
That's
thing.
it. That's the best machine, your hands.
Look, Michelangelo, what he created with
With his hands, exactly.
Right?
Right.
Huh? Not that I feel like to be a Michelangelo.
Well, this is being a Michelangelo in the kitchen, you see? Because all of this is coming out of your feel for making a recipe. There's nothing here that's written down. That's
And with
wonderful.
your smile look like Mona Lisa.
Oh, golly, gee whiz. All right, let's get this done or we're never going to eat. Okay, so now you got this dough is nice and soft. That, you know, I was really surprised.
Silky.
Yeah, it's silky. Yeah, it is.
Nice
very,
and silky.
yeah, and stretchy. Okay, so now to get this going, you're rolling it through the machine.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now you're going to do now. You know, I have a little gadget that I use when I make ravioli. I put it on the form, but this is nicer to see.
Well,
this is nicer to see.
That is the old-fashioned way
Yeah,
to make.
right,
You know?
exactly.
The gadget that you put all the filling, you roll
Right,
up with
right.
the mozzarella,
See?
and that they come all the same size. And the same.
This way you have the hand-made shape that looks.
Yeah.
It's everyone's individual, right?
Individual, and
So now-
that is the people they should appreciate what we do because they are nobody doing
Like
in this
this.
way. It's
Okay, so now
difficult.
you can cut them.
That I cut.
You just
see?
use your little
Yeah.
pastry runner there. Okay, good.
And
Now you want to make sure that you leave enough room between each
no,
one, right?
don't worry about that.
Okay.
Because
Non si preoccupi?
no, non preoccuparti,
Yeah,
cara
sì.
dolce fanciulla.
Okay.
And that you have your ravioli to put away.
That's good.
and ready to go, and they dry.
Now you're going to let them dry how long before you cook them?
They can stay 2-3 days. You put on the refrigerator, they are good. Yes.
You know, Oswaldo, you know what I've learned from you today?
What?
I've learned that there's a lot of fresh herbs in Genovese cooking.
All of them.
Yep.
The best is the best that you can have.
And you know what? I want to leave you with a little present to you because of the herbs.
What, you go to kiss me?
No, not yet.
Oh, not
but
yet?
I might. But I brought you a little present. Remember we talked a little earlier about basilico?
Yes.
What does that mean?
Basilico in Genoese is mean bageco.
Okay, bageco.
Bageco, and that is the pesto. Is a fresh basilico?
See? This is the old way, you see?
Yeah.
If
This is nice and fresh.
If you keep it under the salt, it'll stay like that for a long time. That's a year old, believe it or not.
No kidding,
Yeah,
really?
it'll change color just a little bit, but the flavor will be perfect.
Yeah.
So you'll never run out of basil if you keep that little jar handy. And you know what? Maybe you like marjoram in a lot of your recipes, but I like basil in mine. And
I don't know if the ravioli you got to make with the with the basil inside.
I'll tell you what.
We should
Have a
see
competition.
each other again and make a little bit of competition.
Well,
What you
I'll tell
think
you
about,
what.
Marianne?
I think it's a good idea. So while you're working on your ravioli, I'm going to go with you nella cucina, where I'm going to show you how to make a classic minestrone soup con pesto. I'll tell you, Oswaldo may be Michelangelo in the kitchen, but today I'm Mona Lisa in the kitchen because we're going to be making a big minestrone soup. And when you think about it, the word minestrone means that, just big soup, because this is a soup that has a lot of different vegetables in it. And I'm going to start with some onions in a little bit of olive oil. So you want to get, about 3 tablespoons of olive oil in a nice big pot, a soup pot, and dice up the onions, and then you want to get them soft. And then the next thing you want to add are some hard vegetables. So now here's 2 carrots that I have just chopped up, and then I'm going to add some leeks. And now I like to use leeks in soup, but by no means are you limited to the vegetables I'm using today, because minestrone is something that comes from the creativity of your mind, and you can use just about any kind of vegetable that you have. Now this is a leek. That's pori in Italian, and I'm only going to use the white part. And did you know that leeks are members of the onion family? And sometimes they're very dirty, and I don't think people like to use leeks very often because they don't know what to do with them. Now you see that looks fairly clean, so I don't even have to wash this. So all I have to do is chop this. And what I want are 2 leeks. So there's one. I'm going to put that right in with my onions. And here's a little bit more. So now I have 2 leeks in there with my onions. And I want to stir that around a little bit and get that going. And now what I'm doing here is I'm making something the Italians call a sofrito. I'm frying up the vegetables in a little bit of oil, sort of to exude their flavor and get those vegetables soft a little bit. So now I can put in my carrots, so they go in. And then I want to put in, some celery. So here I've got just 2 stalks of celery that I've chopped up, and they can go in. And now if you want to put these vegetables in a dice, you can do that. You can make them even smaller because then they'll cook in the broth a lot faster. So now I can turn my heat up a little bit and let that cook a little bit. Now, to this I'm going to be adding other things. Now I've got some potatoes, and here they are diced up in water. Now I have to drain those because I don't want that water, so I want to drain the water off. See, just like that. And then I'm going to have to dry these because I don't want that water on my potatoes when I put them in the olive oil. Let me get rid of that. Just dry them off. And now this is a wonderful thing to have in the wintertime, of course, a minestrone soup. But you know, I spent a summer once in Campania in southern Italy, far away from where my buddy Oswaldo comes from. And of course there they eat minestrone in the summertime cool, at room temperature. We always think of eating soups hot. I mean vegetable soups, that is, like this. But in Campania, I actually had this at room temperature, and I thought that was really strange. But my grandmother used to make old big pots of soups like this all the time, and there was always a myriad of vegetables that went into it. All right, so now while that's getting a little soft, I'm going to turn that up a little bit. We're going to backtrack a little bit, because do you remember how Oswaldo told me about basil and how he liked to use marjoram? Well, I like to use basil in my cooking. And so we're going to be adding a little bit of basil to this soup, but not immediately. But we have to start the process a little bit, you see? So I want to get my basil leaves out there so you can just look at those and try to smell them. And I'm going to be making a sauce with that. Now, while my vegetables are cooking, I should tell you we have to do one other thing. We have to put some beans in. And here I've got some, just navy beans, but you could use cannellini beans or white kidney beans. And what you want to do is soak, about a cup of them in cold water, just like that. Let them stay overnight, and then the next day, they'll plump up some, and then you're going to want to cook them. Drain off that water, get out some cold water, put them in a pot, and cook them until they're not quite done. You want them to be still hard, al dente, because you're going to be putting these back in the soup. So they're still a little bit al dente, but those are ready to go in. So I can put those in. In they go, the beans. And now, one other thing, I've got to put in eggplant. And here I've got a nice big fat eggplant that I've just diced up, took the skin off. In that goes. So now you can start to see this is going to become a very big soup. Now I just want that to cook down a little bit, and I'm going to come back to that. Now what about the basil? Well, this is a mortar, and this is a pestle. And actually that's where the name pesto comes from. Pestare, which means to pound. And this is a pestello, and this is a mortaio. And guess what? This happens to belong to Oswaldo's grandmother. I think she's deceased now, I'm not sure, but Isabella was her name. And this was hers, so it's ancient. And if you really are going to make pesto the old-fashioned way, this is how you should start. In a marble mortar with a wooden pestle. So now, the Genovese love to make their pesto with very small basil leaves. And now they're so fussy that they take the stem off, and oftentimes they go right down the center of that, and they take out that center vein. And this is such a small leaf, I don't think you can hardly see that. But they take out the center vein on top of that. Now, I don't have time to do all of that, but if you're really into making pesto, that's what you should do. So now to make pesto, you need fresh basil leaves. So for this recipe, you probably want about 2 or 1.5 cups of very tightly packed basil leaves, and don't wet them, dry them off. And then put them in a mortar, not all of them, a few at a time. And then you want to add a little bit of coarse salt, you see? And then you want to add a clove of fresh garlic. So I'm just going to chop that up a little bit because that's a big clove of garlic. And now you get that in, and then you get into this. And I mean, you've got to stand here now and pound this down. And what you want to do is get these leaves into a pulp. And that means grinding them against the side of this mortar. And so this is going to take a little time to do. And as you do it, of course, as you're grinding down these leaves, well then you have to add more leaves. So I think you get the idea here, because I'm going to have to stop now and go back to my soup and see where I am, but I will come back to that. So okay, we're going nicely here, and now it's time to add the rest of the ingredients for this part of the soup, because by no means are we finished. So now we need some chicken broth. And that looks good. And I'm using homemade chicken broth. And this is about 2 cups. And you want it hot when it goes in so it doesn't reduce the heat of the vegetables in the pot. So 2 cups of homemade chicken broth. And if you have to use canned, I'm not even going to answer that one. And in go 4 cups of boiling water. And then you want to add, just a little bit of salt and pepper, and that's all going to cook down very nicely. So let me bring that over. So now a little bit of, I like to use coarse salt. I just think that gives a much nicer flavor. Did you know there are more nutrients in coarse salt than there is in regular? And some coarse black pepper. And that looks very good already. And now I want to add, oh, tomatoes. I almost forgot. That gives it a nice color. So, oh, you want a couple of tomatoes, and sometimes I use, well, I like to use plum tomatoes. I prefer to use plum tomatoes as opposed to beefsteak, but I'm on a budget today, and I don't have plum tomatoes, so I'm using these. And you just want to dice those up, you see, like so, and then they go in the pot. And believe it or not, this is going to cook, oh, in about, I'd say 50 minutes or so, depending on how small you chop those vegetables. So now all of that goes in. But this is a big soup, so we can't help it if we're a little messy. And the rest of that, and I think I can pick this up and throw it in, and this one, you didn't even see that, did you? Okay, and now I gotta wipe my hands and just wipe this off a little bit. Okay, now, that I'm going to cover now and let that cook down some. And go back to the pesto. So now here we are, you see. And now, you know, many people say that this is a sauce that you never see outside of Genoa. But that isn't true, because I've had it in many places in Italy, even in the south of Italy, where you wouldn't find this to be part of southern cooking. My grandmother never made this, really, because she was a southern Italian. And there's an old expression in Italian which says, "Chi mangia pesto non parte mai Genova." Who eats pesto never leaves Genoa. So I think that's a pretty nifty little saying. I wonder if Oswaldo knows about that. So now you see how long this is taking me. And to be perfectly truthful with you, you could do this in a food processor, you know. But this is the old-fashioned way to do it. And I really think it retains the color a little bit better than doing it in a food processor, but I realize that not everyone has an old-fashioned mortar and pestle like this, but you can buy them. And you see how long this is taking me. It's going to take me quite a while to get these leaves all mashed down. And now I want to add just a little bit more salt to this. But now this isn't going to be the only thing that goes in here. Later on, we'll be adding a little bit of cheese. And actually, there are two types of cheeses that you can use when making pesto. Some people like to use just Parmesan cheese, but I like to use Parmesan and Romano because that's more authentic too. And also nuts. And we'll be putting some pine nuts in here. And again, there's another option because a lot of Genovese also use walnuts instead of pine nuts in their pesto. And now, I'm really getting tired with this, you see, but it is coming, and the smell, I wish you could be here. The smell of this is wonderful. If you've never eaten basil, well, it has a sort of a peppery flavor to it, and it's wonderful with fresh tomatoes. You don't even have to make a sauce out of it. You can just use it the way it is. Great in a lot of other kinds of cooking. So now, I gotta check this soup and see how we're doing. Well, I think it's coming, but now it really is going to have to cook for a little while. I better just give this a little salt taste test. 'Cause after all, needs just a little bit more salt, but not much actually. And a little bit of pepper. And there, I'm going to let that cook now while I go back to pounding that pesto. Now, let's see how we're doing here because we've got to get this finished. And you see now, I've pretty much pounded down what I had in there. Let me show you that. You see how that looks? But we're not there yet. We have to keep going. And so, as you're doing this, you want to just gradually add a few more leaves. And if you have to, a little bit more of the coarse salt, because that does help with the abrasiveness of the salt and the leaves together against the side. But not too much salt. You don't want to make this too salty. So keep going like that, and it's really important, as I told you before, to keep that green color. So now, let me go back and just see how my soup is doing, because I know that it should be coming to the boil soon, and yes, it is. And now, I'm just going to look at that for a second. You see how nice that looks? And now I think I can add my other vegetables, because there's still more to put in this soup, because this is still a big soup. So here I've got, a cup and a half of cabbage. And really, if you're making a minestrone, one of the things that's important to put in it are green types of vegetables. So that's why that's going in. And of course, every kid loves spinach. So we've got about a cup and a half of spinach. And of course, you see, I'm putting these in last now because they're not going to take as long to cook. And here's some zucchini that's been diced up small. That's another cup and a half. So in that goes. So then give that a nice stir. Stir that around. And now with these added vegetables, this is probably going to take not too much longer to cook, because they're going to cook down rather quickly. And you see how beautiful this is starting to look now. So now I want to bring the heat up on that, and I want to add one more thing. And that is some pasta. And here I've got, vermicelli. And now you can use this, or you could use something called stelline, which are little stars. You could use a tubular pasta if you wanted, a ditalini. And you put this in raw, and you just want to break the pasta up, you see, in small pieces like that. And the reason that you do that is you want that to cook in the same amount of time that it's going to take those vegetables that you just added to the cooking pot to cook. So you want all this to cook about the same time, and you don't want the pasta to be mushy. In Italian cooking, pasta should be al dente. So now mix that up well. And if you see that your soup is maybe a little too thick, you could always add a little extra broth to this, but I don't think mine needs it. So now the cover goes back on that, and that's cooking. And now to finish off the pesto, you've got to add cheese to this. So now to do that, you want to grate up some cheese. And now you can use either Romano totally, or you can use Romano and Parmesan cheese. And you want about 3 tablespoons. If you like it a little cheesier, you could add more. So this is the Parmesan cheese that I'm grating. And try to use fresh cheese. I think that's really important, especially in a fresh sauce like this. So just a little bit more. So then when you have your cheese ready, you see, bring over your other cheese. Here's my Romano. And now what you want to do is start adding some of the cheese, a little bit of the Parmesan, a little bit of the Romano, and work that in to the pesto. And then after you work that in, well, then you want to add those pine nuts. Or you could use walnuts, as I said. So here are my pine nuts, and you want, about 3 tablespoons of those. So in they go. And you continue to use your pestle to get this all incorporated, you see. You really want to grind those nuts down as much as you can. You don't want to make them too soft, but you do want to grind them down. This gives a nice added little texture to this sauce. Of course, if you wanted to make this ahead, you could. You could leave the cheese out and then put this in little bags and freeze it. And then you could add the cheese later on when you defrost it, you see. And then at the very end, when you're done, you want to add some extra virgin olive oil. And you do that, a little bit at a time. And you probably want a half a cup of extra virgin olive oil for the 1.5 cups of packed leaves that I started out with. So continue on like this. You see, and now it's starting to get there, but it isn't there yet. So let me show you what a finished one would look like. Here's one that's done. And you see, let me get a clean spoon here. When you let pesto sit around, it starts to get a little brown on top, you see. But look at that beautiful color. And now that sauce is all ready to use. And I'm just going to give that a little taste test myself. Definitely tastes like pesto to me. Wonderful flavor of basil leaves. So now, let me see what my soup is doing, because I think that that's just about ready. Yep, I think this may be ready. Let me just check it and see. Yes, my pasta is nicely cooked, so now it's time for the kingly touch, because that's what basil means. And I'm going to put 3 heaping tablespoons in that, and that's what gives it its Genovese character. So there you have it. Today, we've made a minestrone soup alla Genovese. And so, until I see you, nella cucina again, I'm Marianna Esposito. Ciao. So it still needs more margarine.
Yeah. Now you will see that when I put a little bit more extra margarine, fresh herb as a rosemary margarine year round.
Year round. But that's what I do.
But you are a wonderful girl. I should have met you before.
Not certo. You should have met me before. Okay. So now that seems like an awful lot, but this is really going to be a nice, tasty dish. That seems like a lot of herbs to use. Ciao, I'm Marianna Esposito. What does a library have to do with cooking classic Italian lasagna? Well, nothing really, unless it's the Schlessinger Library here at Radcliffe College. Now at the Schlessinger, you can learn a lot about antique recipes, but you can also learn a lot about the way people cooked, why they cooked, and a lot about their social customs. Beth, Ellen, Marianne. Recipe, there's nothing here that's written down.
And with your smile look like Mona Lisa.
Oh golly, gee whiz. My wine, don't you love my brush? This is the way they do it in Umbria, of course. Just baste the meat with a rosemary sprig. So that's good. Now, Italians are such happy people because they have happy food. And just keep going like that. Ciao. If you're like me, you may have a problem finding a place for all your cookbooks. What if you had thousands? Here at the Schlessinger, there are over 9,000 cookbooks, notes, and papers about food. Whenever I come here to do research on ancient Italian cooking manuscripts, I try to visit with Barbara Haber, curator of books. When it comes to cooking and cookbooks, she and I speak the very same language. Well, you know, I was going to tell you, when I did this 14th century manuscript, this one originally from Bologna,
right.
I came across this recipe for lasagna. See where it says right here?
Mm-hmm.
Delle lasagne.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think most people know that when you talk about lasagna, it's always in the plural. We always see it written as lasagna
right.
with an A on the end.
But that's incorrect?
Right. See here how it's written? Lasagne.
Right. So it shows you have to know the period. You have to know
Yes.
something about 14th century history.
You absolutely have to
Otherwise
know.
you miss it. You
Yes,
lose
you
out
do.
on it. And I think it's narrow-minded for people just to assume that those of us who are interested in food are just doing it as hobbyists or
we love to eat.
out of greed, right?
Or we just love to
Not
eat.
to say that we don't, but that there is something that is dignified about learning
Right.
about people's food customs.
You know, particularly you asked me, well, why is it so important to study this? I learned through this, at the end of this manuscript comes a section on what to do for gli infermi, the sick. Now, how many modern cookbooks do you come across today which even give a section of their cookbook over to how to make recipes for the sick? Yes,
Right.
you can find whole books on the subject,
Now,
right?
This was in late 19th, early 20th century. This is how the Schlesinger Library got into the cookbook business. We have been a women's history library, and in order to find out about ordinary women's lives, we had to see at least prescriptive literature, that is, books that tell about these things. And so the libraries, the first collection of cookbooks that came here were these very kinds of books that had chapters on caring for animals, caring for invalids, growing herbal gardens, cleaning things, doing laundry. My favorite part of one of those books, I randomly opened a book on laundry, the section on laundry, and the first direction was, first collect rainwater. So
Well, there
did-
you go.
Okay.
That's how you would make soup in Italy in the old days. You
really?
collected the rainwater because you see the vegetables grew in the ground,
Right.
and they grew because of the rain. And so the Italians believe that everything is interconnected, even the rainwater which they would collect to cook the vegetables in that grew in the ground.
So it was more or less symbolic.
Right.
Yeah. Where for women washing, the hard water that they washed with couldn't do the job.
Couldn't do the job.
Yeah.
Right. Well, this recipe is unique because in this recipe, do you understand Italian?
No, you have to
Okay.
explain to me.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, here it says in this recipe that you want to take some good flour, farina buona, bianca, white flour, right? And then you want to mix it with a little water. And then it says to make the noodles, make them thin. And then, what do you think you do with this? You put this in capon broth. Now, normally we would boil lasagna noodles in water,
In water,
right?
right.
This is made in capon broth. And now when I was looking at this recipe, that really rang a bell with me because capons, if you know anything about birds in the 14th century, first of all, what is a capon? It's a male chicken, right, with a lot of
A
flavor.
fixed male chicken.
Right, with a lot of flavor. I'm glad you said that and not me. Anyway, that type of bird plus pheasants were very, very expensive. So if you could afford to make a lasagna with capon,
With this ingredient.
right, that had to
Yeah.
say something about the type of household that you
About
were in.
that's what I'm saying all the
Right,
time. That if you
right.
know anything about food and follow through a recipe, you learn
Right.
about class,
That's
and you
right.
learn about the customs of the family.
That's right.
And
There's a few little hints in there. You see little clues like that tell
Right.
you. So now once you've cooked it in capon broth,
Right.
then all you do with this, according to this recipe, is to layer it with just some grated cheese. That's it. Talking about old lasagna brings me to the subject of new lasagna. And I've made my share of lasagna. But now I've experimented with a lasagna that I really like, and if you don't like meat, this is perfect. I don't know, are you a vegetarian?
I eat everything, my dear.
Okay.
Right.
Well, I do too. But this is a lasagna. Now, I still make the noodles. I make them very thin. But now I'm layering them not with cheese, not with meat, but with long strips of eggplant.
have they been cooked first?
Yes, they've been
Yeah.
sautéed a little bit in olive oil. First, I've gotten the bitter juices
I
out.
would think,
you know,
yeah.
I added salt and got all the bitter juices out. And then I make a very simple arrabbiata sauce to go over that, which is a tomato sauce that has a little bit of spiciness to it because of red pepper. It's absolutely delicious. So Barbara,
Invite me to dinner, I'll come.
okay, and I'm going to invite you too to come nella cucina, where I want to show you how to make lasagna alla Marianna. Don't you just love to improve upon old recipes? Well, today I'm going to do one with you with melanzane. We're going to make that eggplant and lasagna alla Marianna. And to do it, you really have to start with nice, firm, fresh eggplant like I have here. Now, this is a dish that just sort of came to mind one day when I had a lot of eggplant in the garden, didn't know what to do with. So all I want to do is take off the top, you see that little frondy area, and then I want to make slices out of this. And I'm not even going to take the skin off because to me, that's where a lot of the vitamins and flavor is. So you just want some thin slices. And for this dish, well, you probably want about 12 slices altogether of eggplant. You notice I'm cutting them lengthwise. So cut them into about 1/4 inch slices. And after you've got about 12 of these, well then you have to do something special to eggplant. And that is you have to get all the bitter juices out of them. So after you've cut them up like that, and you see how nice and fresh that is, then you want to put them in a colander. And you want to put them in with some salt, because salt is what's going to take out the bitter juices. So you just put them in a colander like this, and I got to get some salt. So you want to put a little bit of salt over it. So just like that, you see? And then just keep going. Make another layer, as many layers as you need to get for this recipe, which we're using, maybe about 12 or so slices of eggplant. So there, that looks like about enough salt. And then you have to put a weight on top of this, you see. So here's a pile that I've already done. I'm going to move this out over so you can see this. Oh, and that's a heavy one. You see, now here's some eggplant that I've had sitting around now for about an hour, and I've put a bowl with water. So I'm just going to transfer that over, you see, and move it out of my way and let that just sit around. And look what's happened here. You see that? All those juices have come out of the eggplant. Now, why is it important to do that? Well, it's important to do that because when you go to fry eggplant, you don't want to use a lot of oil. So now what I'm doing here is I'm putting some peanut oil in my frying pan. I don't want a lot, just enough to cover the base, you see. And now I learned this little old trick in Italy. Peanut oil is much better for eggplant because eggplant will not absorb as much peanut oil as it will olive oil. Yes, that's right. So now I'm going to turn that up so it's a little bit higher on high heat. And now what you have to do is dry these off, you see. So dry them off with a towel. And then after your oil is hot enough, well, then you can get the eggplant in. And I'm going to put these in a single layer in my electric skillet. But if you don't have an electric skillet, you can do this right on the stove in a frying pan. So get them dried. And I think you can hear my oil is starting to sizzle there a little bit. And I'm just going to do a few of these for you. So let me get those in. So now I think you have the idea. So in they go. Turn that up just a little bit. And as they're frying, you see, I have ready a cookie sheet that has just some brown paper on it so that when I take the eggplant out of the skillet, I can drain them on brown paper. So get as many in that will just fit comfortably. There, so now I'm going to have to keep my eye on that because that's only one part of this recipe. So now while they're frying, I'm going to show you how to make the pasta. And today I'm feeling really old-fashioned, so I'm going to do it the way my grandmother did it, which is to use una fontana, or a volcano. So what I've got here is some unbleached flour, and I want, about 1.25 cups of that. I'm just going to scoop a little bit more in. And now I use unbleached because that's got a very nice high gluten content, and gluten is protein, and that's what allows me to stretch this dough. And then here I've got semolina flour, so I'm going to add about 1/4 cup to that. And then I wanted to add some of my salt, so I have to go back and get that. So I want a pinch of salt, you see? And now I just want to mix that up. Just mix it up so that it's all well combined. And of course, if I tried to do this with all semolina flour, it would be just too hard because semolina is a hard wheat flour. And it doesn't absorb liquids very well, but that's what your pastas from Italy are made out of, but they're made in big machines, and I just have my 2 hands. So now I make the fontana, or the volcano, and that's just this, you see, with your fingers. You make the little hole in the center of your fountain, or of your volcano, and that's where you put your eggs. So now I'm going to start out, with about 2 eggs. And if you remember that old recipe that I was going over with Barbara Haber, there were no eggs in that old 14th century recipe for lasagna. It was just white flour and water. Well, now here I've got my eggs, and what you want to do is get those eggs mixed into the flour without really breaking this well. And I'll tell you, the first couple times that I did this, I had this stuff all over my shoes. So what you want to do is sort of keep it in the center. And then, when you can't move the fork very well, then that's the time to really get in there with your fingers. So this is the great old way to make pasta. But of course, if you want to keep your hands clean, you could do this in a food processor. And I sometimes do it in a food processor. But today, I wanted to show you the old way of doing it. So it's getting a little thick, so now I can get my hands into this. But before I do, I have to go over and check my eggplant because I hear it sizzling. So I'm just going to let that rest there for a minute. And let me see what's happening over here. Yes, I think that's coming along very nicely. Let me see. I'm going to turn that over. Good. So I'm just going to flip this over now to do it on the other side, like so. And flip that one, and that one, and those can just continue to cook. I'm going to lower that just a little bit. Now we have to finish this pasta. Okay, so now let's get serious here. Get rid of the fork and get the fingers in it, you see. And so now you have to make a dough that holds together. And the trick is not to put so much flour in this that you've got a rock that you can't even move. So you want a nice soft dough. And you're only going to know how much to use, how much flour to use, that is, if you get your hands in it. So that's why it's important to do this by hand. And this is why there was never, ever a recipe at home. When my mother and grandmother did this, it wasn't by how many eggs or how many cups of flour. It was by feel. So now it's getting there, and I know that I need just a little bit more flour. So I got to get that off my fingers because I don't want to lose any of that. And after I have enough flour, you see, and I didn't use all of this flour, then I can push the excess aside and form this into a nice smooth ball. So just a little bit more flour, and now I'm just going to push this out of my way. And always working on a slightly floured board, because after all, we don't want this to stick. Then you want to start to knead this. And believe it or not, you're saying you're going to make lasagna out of that little ball of dough? I'm going to make you a nice big casserole of lasagna with this little bit of dough. And I'm actually going to get, maybe about 3 layers of noodles out of this, because we're going to cut them very, very thin. And if you remember, in that old recipe that I was going over, it said to make the noodles very, very thin. So we're going to do that in the pasta machine, but this part we're going to do by hand. So continue to work the dough, and it's coming together nicely. And then, after you've got it smooth and where it doesn't stick to your hands, well, then you have to let the dough rest. And you do that so that you let the gluten in the flour rest, and it'll be a lot easier to come back later on and to roll out this ball of dough. So now there's my ball of dough, and now what I want to do is just put a bowl over it. So keeping it on a slightly floured surface, here's my bowl. It goes right over the top. Now let's see how that eggplant is doing. It should be just about ready, and I think it is. Now you see those haven't been cooking very long at all, so I'm going to take them out. And all I wanted to have these become was just nice and limp. So now they're perfect to put into the rest of my eggplant. Let me shut this off because we don't need this anymore. So out they come, and you see they didn't absorb very much oil. There's just about as much oil there as I started with. So now, that's all there is to that. So then now you can just put that aside and let that cool. And now I can get rid of this and get this out of the way. And now the next thing is to get the sauce ready. And you know what? I got the sauce started here, and all I did was make a very nice tomato sauce, just a sauce that has a little bit of garlic and olive oil to begin with, and some onions, and then plum tomatoes and a little wine. And the next thing I want to put in are these cute little guys. You see those? Those are pepperoncini. And I brought these from Italy, but you can use red pepper flakes from the grocery store. And 1 or 2 of these is enough to knock your socks off. So I'm going to make that a little arrabbiata. So in they go. And then I'm going to put in some fresh basil leaves, because I like fresh basil in my sauce. Now this is a sauce that's only going to take about 20 minutes to cook, and this has been cooking, a good 20 minutes already. So I'm just going to snip in the rest of my basil and give that a quick stir, and that sauce is ready. So when you make this dish, you really want to have the eggplant and the sauce already finished. So that's all set. So that can just sit around. Now we can go on to those noodles. So now, to do that, I have to get out my pasta machine. And here it is. And it's just a hand crank machine, you see. And what I've done here is eliminated the hand turner. I've put this little motor on, and that allows me to have my 2 hands free to do other things if I feel like it. So now here's my dough, and it's been resting for a while, and you see how nice and soft that is? So now I want to put a little flour on my board, you see. And now out of this piece of dough, I'm going to get 6 sheets of lasagna. That's right, 6 sheets. So I'm going to put those 2 aside and work on 1 piece for you. So what you want to do is flatten the dough down some, you see. And now it's nice and stretchy. And then get your rolling pin, and you want to roll that out a little bit. You don't want to put it into the machine as a lump. You just want to get it flattened a little bit, because sometimes you could strip the gears on a pasta machine if you don't roll it down some. So just flatten it out and get it about as wide as your pasta machine is, you see. So that looks good. And now I can put that through the machine for you. So let me just clean this up a little bit and bring my machine over. So now, you see here on the machine I have different settings. And this goes from 1 to 7, and that allows me to control the thinness of the dough. So now I'm going to thin this right down to 7. So there's my first one. Now I'm going to move to 4 because I like to skip over numbers every once in a while. So there's 4. Now 6. And you see how nice and pliable this dough is. And it's getting thinner and thinner. And now one more on 7. And now that is just thin enough for my lasagna noodles. Now I'm going to be able to cut this piece of dough in half. There, that was easy. Now if you don't have a pasta machine, of course you could do that by hand. So now here's my strip of dough, you see. And now that's much too long for my lasagna pan. Yours might be this long, but mine isn't. So I'm going to cut that to fit my pan. I'm just going to cut that in half. And you see with those other 2 strips, I have 4 more other sheets of noodles, so I can make this lasagna dish right up for you. So now I've got my pot of water boiling here, you see, and I want to put the noodles in immediately. So get a big pot of water boiling and add a pinch of salt. And now they go right into the boiling water. And you know, lasagna does not take very long to cook at all. Fresh pasta of any sort does not take long to cook at all. So that goes in the water. I'm just going to put the cover of a jar like that until the water comes back to a boil. Now I want to cook that only maybe about a minute or so. And then after it has cooked, I want to cool the noodles down a little bit. So in front of me here, I have a big platter full of cool water. And I've added some ice cubes to it so that'll cool down the noodles and I'll be able to handle them. So let me see how we're doing here. That looks nice, and if you look in my pot here, you'll see that there's not very much starch in this water at all. That's because I used very good flour. And good pasta products should not be starchy when you cook them. So now I can drain this. So I'm going to use my old favorite scooper from Italy and just drain that off, you see. Get all that water off. And put that right in to my cold water. So in it goes, just like that. And you want to just open that up some. Don't burn your hands, but you want those to cool down. And do you see how nicely these noodles stayed together? That's because we made it right in the first place. So now you want those to cool down. And then, after they're cooled, and it doesn't take very long at all, just a couple seconds really, then take them out onto a towel like I'm doing here, you see. Here's 2 that I've cooled a little earlier. Take them out, and then you just want to dry them off very quickly, like that. And now you can make the rest of the lasagna. And so what you want to do is get out a lasagna dish. Now here's one that I've started for you, and I've put, I don't know, take a peek under there. You see, a little layer of sauce, and I've got 2 noodles in my dish. So now, what happened to that eggplant we did? Well, here it is, you see. And now what I'm going to do is just layer on the eggplant. And now you want to make 2 layers of eggplant and 3 layers of noodles. So I always figure 6 slices of eggplant between the noodles. I got that math right. And then you want to take some of your cheese and your sauce. So I've got, different kinds of cheeses here. Here we've got some provolone. I'm just going to put some of that on. Doesn't have to be anything fancy. If you don't have provolone, you could use something else. So a little provolone goes on. And then we've got some Asiago. That's another cow's milk cheese, and that goes on. And how about some Parmesan cheese? And that goes on. And then, of course, you need a little sauce. So that goes on, you see, like so. Doesn't that look good already? And now you got to get more noodles. So now here are 2 more. And I'm going to layer 1 right down into the dish. And if they don't quite fit, don't worry about it. You're going to be eating this, not wearing it. Well, you might be if you eat too much, but Now the rest of the eggplant goes on. And I'm crisscrossing this bunch because I want to use all of this. So that all goes on. And now more cheese. And you see how quickly this goes together. And this is a very light lasagna. This is, oh, it's just exquisite. It's a lot nicer than having lasagna noodles from a box. And now a little bit more of my cheese. More sauce goes on, like so. And now the last 2 sheets of noodles go on. So there's my 1 sheet, and here's my 2nd sheet. And I'm just going to fit that in nicely. And now I want sauce over the top of that, you see. So get that on. And this is just so beautiful to look at. And this isn't going to cook very long at all, maybe about 35, 40 minutes in a 350-degree preheated oven. So now you want to sprinkle on a little bit more cheese over the top. I wish you were here to smell this. And then you want to cover it with foil and put it in the oven. And you want to let it cook there, oh, for about 35 minutes, as I say. And when it's done, it'll be smelling wonderful, and you'll want to eat it immediately. But please refrain yourself and wait about 5 or 10 minutes for that to cool down, and then cut yourself a nice hefty slice. And there you have it, lasagna alla Marianna. Lasagna is an ancient food that over the centuries has had many variations and adaptations. And today, I've shown you what I have been able to create with lasagna. And I think that everyone should have their own traditions. And so today, I'm passing my tradition on to you. Ciao, I'm Marianna Esposito, and today I'm in Brentwood, New Hampshire, on my way to make a home bread baking call for a young friend of mine, Beth Spangler. Now, Beth is really into bread making, and she's got all the right ingredients, including a large dose of enthusiasm. All she really needs are a few old bread making secrets. There's nothing here that's written down.
And with your smile look like Mona Lisa.
Oh golly, gee whiz. The rest of my wine, and don't you love my brush? This is the way they do it in Umbria, of course. Just baste the meat with a rosemary sprig. So that's good. Now the Italians are such happy people because they have happy food. And just keep going like that until you... Ciao.
Hi, Marianne.
How you doing?
That's great.
Smells good in here.
We are glad to see you, Marianne.
Oh, hey, Beth. How you doing?
Okay.
What's up? You look a little sad.
I've been here I've let it rise for 2 hours and it still won't rise.
What are you making?
Bread.
Bread. Well, yeah, it's a real disaster. That's for sure. Well, you know what? You probably did a few things wrong. Maybe I can help you out here because let me tell you, I've made bread a long time. So we need to get rid of this. Let's just put this off to the side.
Okay.
So what was the first thing that you did?
I put the water and the yeast in.
Okay, but what kind of water did you put in?
Cold water.
No, that's your first mistake. You have to have warm water. It has to feel almost very warm on your wrist. So why don't you go over there and get about a quarter of a cup of warm water. Get it fairly warm, okay? Because now if you don't use warm water, that's one of the big mistakes that people make when making bread, not just Beth. If you don't have warm water, then your yeast is not going to rise. So that's really critical, and you want to be able to test that on the wrist of your hand. Now, let's see. Now, the only way to make bread is to do it over and over until you got it right. Now, that's about right. Feel that. That's warm enough. So now you can add your yeast. So the other thing, the other trick you want to remember is that when you work with yeast, you want to make sure that you've got yeast that is alive. And usually what the manufacturer does is put a date on the yeast package. Boy, that's a little hard to get open, isn't it?
Yes.
I'd use my teeth, but it isn't very kosher. Let's see if I can get it. There we go. You see, there's a date on the back of the package, and that tells you that the yeast is active. So, okay, now you can put that in. So I'm going to let you do this because I already know how to do this. Okay, so now you've got your yeast in warm water, and now what you have to do here is do something that we call proofing. And that means that this yeast has to sit around in this little warm water until you see little tiny bubbles appearing on the surface. And that tells you that it's active. But you know, there's another little trick. You can be absolutely sure by adding just a pinch of sugar, because yeast likes sugar. Nuh-uh, that's a little too much. Just a drop. Okay, that's a pinch. No, put the rest of it. Yeah, that's about 1/8 of a teaspoon, I would say, okay? So now you want to cover this with a clean cloth, and you've already got one here. And that you can put aside, you see. And you want to let that just proof, as I said, about 10 minutes. Then when you come back and look at this, this yeast should already be bubbly and brewy, and then you'll be able to add more warm water and flour to make your bread. But you know, there's another little trick. I brought you something. It's a little surprise. Doesn't that thrill you? You know what that is? Smell it. This is something called a cresciuto. Can you say that?
Cresciuto?
Cresciuto.
Cresciuto.
Cresciuto. You almost have it. Just a couple more lessons and you'll have it. Now what this is actually is a piece of dough from a loaf of bread that I made. It's got to be now at least 2 months ago. Yuck, right? No. When you make bread, you take a piece of the dough that you've formed. You take a piece of the dough off of that dough, off of your mass, and then you want to save it. Put it in a jar, and then it becomes the leavening agent or the yeast for your next loaf of dough. So we could actually take this out of this jar, put it in water like we did the yeast, and pretty soon that starts to bubble and brew, and you can go ahead and make your bread. Pretty nifty idea, huh? And a real old one from Italy. So you know what? I think you need to start over. So you need to start with a clean bowl, okay?
Yeah.
Go for it. And while she's doing that, you and I need to go nella cucina, where I'm going to show you how to make the shapes of breads to come. You know what I forgot to tell Beth? The first time I ever made bread, it came out like a rock, and I almost needed 2 people to help me take it out of the oven. So I know what she's going through, but believe me, I think she's on the right track. And today, I thought I'd spend some time showing you how to make a fantasy bread that I absolutely love. And it's called orsi piccoli, and it translates to little bears. And you know, in Italy, there are a lot of fanciful kinds of breads that are made. The traditional breads are just made with flour and water and yeast and salt. But for holidays and special occasions, there are all kinds of shaped breads, and the orsi piccoli are perfect to make with children. Now, how do you do it? Well, you start with some milk, and here I've got, about 1 1/3 cups of milk in a little saucepan. And I want to heat that up just until it's warm. I don't want that to be hot, because if it's too hot, then I'm going to kill my yeast. And that's the first principle of bread baking that you need to know. You don't want to kill the yeast. And you remember what a hard time Beth was having with that. So while the milk is heating, let me talk to you a little bit about the yeast. Now, when I make bread, I do it in volume. So I buy yeast in bulk, which is loose in a jar like this. And you can buy it in your grocery store. Sometimes you can get it in a specialty store, and you just want to keep it in the refrigerator in a jar. But if you don't make bread very often, then you can just buy the little packets that you find in the grocery store. And a packet of yeast like that has about a tablespoon in it. So whatever is your choice. So now let me go back to the milk here. And it's just about where I want it. I want that just lukewarm. So now I'm going to turn that off. and pour it into my little bowl here, you see. And in it goes. And then I can add the yeast. And there's a tablespoon of yeast just sprinkled very gently over the top. And then if you want, you can give it a little stir. And then you want to set this aside because you want to let this do something that's called proofing. So I just cover it up and I put it in a warm spot, not too hot. And if you go back to that after sitting on the sofa for 10 minutes, you might notice that it's a little foamy and chalky. And it'll look something like this. Now here's a yeast that's been sitting around for about 5 or 10 minutes. And can you see that little foamy stuff on the top there? That means that the yeast is active and it's working. So now I'm ready to go ahead with the rest of this recipe. So there's my yeast. And now I need my flour. So in a bowl here I have about 5 1/4 cups of unbleached flour for this recipe. Now why do I use unbleached flour? Just because I feel like it. Not really. I use it because unbleached flour is better for you, number one, and it has a higher gluten content. And that's important when you make bread because it allows you to stretch the dough. And it's really the wheat gluten in the flour that gives you protein. So here's my flour. And then to that, I want some sugar. And here's about 2/3 of a cup of sugar. So you notice I'm putting all the dry ingredients together. So that goes in, and now I just mix it around with my hands. And if you were going to do this at home with kids, this is a great way to make bread with your hands, a mano. And now to that I want to add, some salt. And here I have, a teaspoon of salt, so that goes in. And that adds a little flavor to the bread and also helps the color of the bread. And then I want to add some butter. And here I have a stick of butter. That's 8 tablespoons for all you kids that are listening. And all that goes in, you see. And I've got it at room temperature, so that would make it a little easier for me to work with. So in it goes. And now I just want to mix that up, you see, with my hands. And I want to get this to a coarse consistency. So you want to make sure that you've worked the butter well into the flour mixture. And when it is coarse, or mealy, my family hates that word, then you're ready to add your yeast mixture. So you see why it's important to get the yeast started ahead of time, so it'll be all ready to go when you're ready to do this. So that looks pretty good. Now I can add my yeast mixture, and here it is. And I'm going to put it all in. Now, I might find that I have to add, a little bit of water to this if this is too dry. And you see, this is one of the other problems with baking bread. This was what Beth was afraid of too, is that, it just didn't come out as soft as it was supposed to be. Well, sometimes the problem is the flour that you're using or the day on which you are making this. So if it's a humid day, you may find that you need to add just a little bit more flour. And on a dry day, you might not use as much. So now what I want to do is really get this mixed well. And you notice I'm just using one hand. And that's a habit that I picked up from making bread over all these years. I have to keep one hand free in case I want to nibble on something or I have to answer the phone. You just never know. But anyway, I sort of get the job done anyway. So this looks like I've got just about the right amount of liquid in it. Would I lie to you? So now, I think I can take this out. So when you're ready, when you can move the dough in a ball, then you can take it out onto a floured board. So I'm going to get rid of this and sprinkle my board with a little flour. Now that's important because you don't want the dough to stick. So now I've got my mass of dough, and what you want to do is now get a smooth ball of dough. No clumps, no lumps, something very smooth. And to do it, you have to sort of, see what I'm doing? Fold the dough on itself and move it with the palm of your hand. So it's fold, move, and turn the dough just a little bit as you go. And pretty soon, after about 10 minutes or so, you will have a nice smooth ball of dough. And this is something great for kids to do because it allows them to learn at an early age how to make bread and what the right consistency of bread dough should be. So there, I think you get the idea. There's my ball of dough. Now, I have to let this rise, and so I have to put it in an oiled bowl. And when I do that, I use some olive oil, because that's what my grandmother used. And in the bottom it goes, and then just brush it all around or move it all around with your hand. And then take the dough and wipe the bowl. Just turn it in the bowl and then turn it over. And then you want to cover that with a piece of plastic wrap and get it on there tight. And now I just have to wipe off my hands a second. Now, why do I do that? Well, the plastic wrap, if you put it on very tightly, you see, will help to keep the heat in the bowl. And that'll allow the dough to rise nicely. So now I want to set this off somewhere where it's warm, either in your oven or in your kitchen somewhere. So off it goes. And this is what it looks like when it's risen, you see. Isn't that beautiful? Now, what kid wouldn't want to put their fingers into that? And now this is just maybe a couple hours later, you see. And when I can do this, and those indentations stay, I know that dough is ready. So, I clean off my board here a little bit, because after all, we don't want to be a slob in the kitchen. So there. Now, a little more flour. And now I can turn this out. And just look at this. Who wouldn't want to play with this? Look at how soft and beautiful that is. And it is so fluffy that now we can really move this dough. And you just want to give it, again, a nice light kneading. And now, of course, I promised you I was going to make those bears. So now when I make them, I make 6 of them. I divide this dough into 24 pieces. And I don't really have time to make 26 bears for you today. I don't have time to make 6 bears for you, so I'm going to make 1. And so let me show you how I do that. I just take off 4 balls for each bear. So there's 2, 3, and 4. I'm going to set this aside and later on work with that. Now, when I make these, of course, I make them for my family, the kids, even my husband loves these. And you want to start with a ball of dough that you can just sort of move around in your hand like this. And then put the dough down and sort of pinch the dough. You see what I'm doing here? Bring the dough up on itself. Because you don't care what this looks like on the underside, but you do care what it looks like on the top. So you want to continue like that. And then, I'm going to put this here so you can see it. Get out a greased cookie sheet. And there's 1 ball. And now my bear is beginning to take shape. And let me go ahead with the second one. And again, just going to pinch that dough together on the bottom. And there's my second ball. And of course, when I do these with the kids, they do them better than I do. So every bear comes out having its own particular personality. This is a fun thing to do with kids because it allows you to spend time with them, and they're also learning about an ancient craft, the art of bread baking. So there. Now, what do I do with that 4th piece? Well, this I cut up into little pieces for my arms and my eyes, or not my eyes, for my ears and my feet. So I'm doing this upside down so you can see it. There's 1 foot, and there's another. And now the arms. After all, what would a bear be without arms? And then we have to put on the ears, of course. Now you see what fun this can be in the kitchen, and something that you can pass on to each generation. Okay, that looks pretty good. The kids would probably do a better job. And there is, oh, right there, his little nose. So now those have to rise again. So you want to cover them and let them rise, about 20 minutes. You don't want to let them over-rise now. And when they're risen, you see, they'll look like this. And now we have to do something to jazz them up a little bit. And that is to give them a little glaze. So what I want is an egg in a bowl, 1 egg, and about a tablespoon of milk or so. I just want to whisk that up. See, I'm going to paint each bear with the milk glaze, and that's going to give it a nice shiny coat. And again, this is something that children love to do. So then all you want to do, you see, is paint each one, and this really makes these little guys come alive, you see. So give them a good coating, and these are risen just where they should be, because if they over-rise, they will collapse when they're baked in the oven. So give it a good coating. And then you have to give them their eyes. So I use currants when I'm doing this for kids, but if I'm doing this for adults, I might use peppercorns. But for kids, I like to use currants. And then we have to add some sugar. Now here's some coarse brown sugar that I'm just sprinkling over to the top. That's going to give that a nice texture. Or you could use some raw sugar. I like that too. So that goes over. And now these guys are ready to go in the oven. So they need to be cooked in a 350-degree preheated oven. And you want to let them cook there, about 20 or 25 minutes, or until they're just nicely browned and glazed looking. And then, when you can't wait 1 minute longer and the house smells absolutely wonderful, they'll look something like this. And I don't know what kid could resist this, or what adult could resist them either. I wish you could really smell these, because they are absolutely wonderful. And you know what? You're going to want to eat those right away, but I don't recommend it, because if you do, you're going to break something, and then you're going to have one unhappy, maybe 2 or 3 unhappy kids. So I'm going to let those cool down a little bit on a rack here before I take them off, and show you what I do with them after they are cooled. So now here are 3 little cute guys that have been cooling for a while, and now I can just give them their final touch. And what I like to do is just put a little ribbon on them. And depending on what season of the year it is, I might give them, a red ribbon for maybe Valentine's Day or Christmas, or red, white, and green, because after all, these are Italian bears. But you can use your imagination and do whatever you want, but you have to admit, they do look awful cute. So you want to be real careful now about getting these off. Now let me show you how you do that. First, you say a prayer, and then you get your spatula carefully under one of these, because they're very fragile, and lift gently. And then just put them on a cooling rack to cool. So I think you get the idea for that. But now, since I'm in the mood for all of these fanciful foods today with bread dough, I want to talk to you a little bit and maybe show you something called the Eyes of St. Lucy. Now, this is a bread that comes from Sicily, and all over Italy there are different kinds of breads made to commemorate different occasions. Some of them are made to commemorate, political or historical events. So I think I should roll this out a little bit better before I start this. But in any event, some of the breads are made also just to tell a story. And in this case, the story of St. Lucy goes like this. St. Lucy, first of all, is the patron saint of sight. And, well, she came from a fairly good family, and she was very beautiful. And so she decided that her life was going to be given up to doing God's work, and she didn't want anyone to admire her at all. And so she gave up her eyesight to God. And that's why whenever St. Lucy is depicted, you see her holding her eyes on a plate. Well, it makes an interesting story anyway, but let me show you how the bread looks. You would roll out some bread dough much like I'm doing here, and then you'd start folding the dough in, you see, just loosely in about halfway, and then take the other half, and fold it in the other direction. And what you have formed are gli occhi di Santa Lucia, or the eyes of St. Lucy. And then if you wanted to, you could just brush that with a little egg glaze. See? I'm going to do it right on my board for you. And then you could put some sesame seeds on that and let it rise and put it in the oven. But you know what? I got an awful lot of dough left here, and I'm going to make more bears with this. But I'm also going to take a piece of this dough and roll it into a ball and save it like that. And then I'm going to put it in a jar. A little bit of olive oil, just like that, just a little, to keep my dough from drying out. If you remember, I did this with Beth. And you know what this is? I hope you were paying attention, because this is my cresciuto. This is the piece of dough that I can save and use as the starter with a little water and a little extra yeast for the next batch of gli orsi piccoli, or gli occhi di Santa Lucia. Now tell me that you don't find these orsi piccoli irresistible. And you know, you can get in the kitchen and make these with your own family. They're easy enough for a kid to make. And you remember that I mentioned to you that many Italian breads are symbolic. And if you were to travel in Italy, in every region, you would come upon breads with different shapes, different histories. And now here are some of my favorites. Here's a bread that's called colomba, and that translates to dove. And this is the Easter dove, and it is found on every Italian table on Easter Day. And then here's one that I really find intriguing. This is something that's called serpente, and that means serpent. And if you look at it, I think you get the idea that this does look something like a snake. And now a bread like this has connotations that go way back into antiquity. Some say that this means rejuvenation, or that it has fertility rite connotations behind it, but I'm not quite sure. And then here's one that my grandmother often made. This is something called ferro di cavallo, and that translates to horseshoe. And I think you can see from the shape of this bread that this looks something like a horseshoe. And I assume that that was meant to bring you good luck. And now here's a bread that I had when I was traveling in Emilia-Romagna not too long ago. This is called manini ferrarese, and it means little hands. And I haven't quite figured out what the connotation is behind that one. But we all know what this is. This is the eyes of St. Lucy. And if you remember the story that I told you behind this bread, you'll see that this is a bread that also has its tradition that goes way back to religious symbolism. So whether you're making regular bread or fanciful breads, get in the kitchen and create a little bit of your own Italian tradition. And so until I see you, Nella Cucina, again, this is Marianna Esposito. Ciao. You know, flour picks up the humidity that's in the air. Did you know that? Yep, you got to tell that to your science teacher. Well, she probably knows it already, right? Mm-hmm. Okay, now you can take it out. So turn it out. That's it. Plop it right on there. Good girl. Okay, and now
I'm going to take off all stuff.
yeah, get all that stuff off your hands. Put a little bit more flour in there. See how nice and soft that is? Mm-hmm. That's good. We don't want to waste any of that.
I think there's more in the bowl.
Yeah. And now you see it's starting to look like something, right? Mm-hmm. First it was a mess in that bowl. Okay, now. Ciao, I'm Marianna Esposito, and today I'm at Ellis Island. Now what does this place have to do with cooking? Well, chances are that much of what you and I enjoy today as family cooking was first introduced to us by relatives and friends who came here through Ellis Island. Dad, Ellen, Marianne, making a recipe. There's nothing here that's written down.
And with your smile look like Mona Lisa.
Oh golly, gee whiz. The rest of my wine, and don't you love my brush? This is the way they do it in Umbria, of course. Just baste the meat with a rosemary sprig. So that's good. Now the Italians are such happy people because they have happy food. And just keep going like that until you... Ciao. Ellis Island is a national park, but nearly 100 years ago, Ellis Island was the beginning for the number of immigrants who came here both from Europe and Asia to begin a new life. And among those immigrants were my grandparents, both sets coming from Italy. And when they came here in this huge reception hall, they had a lot of hopes and dreams and very little money and personal possessions. But what they did have was determination and the hopes for a better future. And today I'm here at Ellis Island to retrace those steps, the first steps that my grandparents took to a new life. What did my grandparents have to offer America? In Italy, they were farmers. They tilled the land and picked the olives. And when it was decided that they would leave Italy, they must have had tremendous mixed emotions. Just imagine what they must have been thinking about as they sat in this room on these benches, clutching their passports with thousands of other immigrants. What would they find in a strange country with strange customs, a language they could neither speak nor understand, and no assurance whatsoever that they would ever become Italian Americans? Well, first up in this process was when the clerk called out your name. And in the case of my grandfather, it was Rosario Saporito. But the clerk could neither pronounce nor spell the name. So Rosario became Roy. And the first step in the process of becoming an Italian American began for my grandfather. Once my grandparents passed their physical and mental tests, they must have felt relieved. If they failed those tests, they would be deported back to Italy. With $25 in their pockets and courage and determination in their hearts, they were well on their way to building a new future. Not only my grandparents, but many of my relatives and friends of my grandparents as well, all adopted America as their new country. People like Rita Ritchie, Mrs. Tagani, Gracie LaPuma, and Mr. and Mrs. Belurgi all had that enthusiasm, but at the same time, they clung to and preserved their Italian customs and traditions, including cooking. Because of them, you and I can go nella cucina to make 2 Italian breads that are steeped in tradition and have been handed down as recipes of the mind. After that visit, I just have to share with you 2 very old recipes that were brought to my hometown from my relatives and my grandparents. And the first one I want to make for you is something called pane di zucca. And it was really made by a friend of ours, Mrs. Belurgi. And she always started with some yeast in a bowl. Very often I was sent over there on an errand or something, and I'd see her making bread. So she'd just eyeball it. So for this bread, you want about a tablespoon of yeast dissolved in a ½ cup of warm water. And you want that to proof. That is, you want it to get foamy. And then after it is, you want to add another cup of warm water. So it will look, you see, after this has been in the water now for about 10 minutes, it looks like this, very foamy. And now I can add the rest of my water. And that is another cup. So I want to put that in. And then, well, there was no real recipe to this. This was just something that came from the mind. She would start with flour. And now I like to use unbleached flour. And here I have about 4 cups of unbleached flour. And one of the things I learned from not only Mrs. Belurgi, but my grandmother and my mother as well, is that never add all the flour at one time, because you just don't know how much the flour is going to be absorbed by the liquid. So you have to do it a little bit at a time. And of course, they could do this in the wink of an eye. So I put mine in a little bit at a time like that, you see, and I think I'm going to need all of it. And then, after I've got it mixed to the point where I can take it out of the bowl, I want just enough flour in there to hold this mixture together. Well then, you want to turn it out onto a work surface. And I remember Mrs. Belurgi always working on an old wood table in her kitchen that had an oilcloth over it. And whenever I was sent over there, of course, there was always something for me to eat. And she was always cooking. And bread was something that she made every week. And I particularly liked this bread. And I'm glad that I always had the occasion to go over to her house because I tried so many different things that she brought with her, you see, from Italy. And so now, after you can get the mass of dough that you have out, well, then you want to work and get it into a nice smooth ball. And of course, Mrs. B spoke very little English. And her name was Angelina. And really, when she came to this country, she was about 29 years old. And she had worked on a farm in Italy for 5 cents a day, picking vegetables. And so she knew a lot about cooking intuitively. And when she came to this country, the first thing she made Mr. B do was plant a garden in the backyard on Laverack Street, as I recall. And it was a big garden. It had all the things that Mr. B loved, like peppers, onions, garlic, tomatoes, and pumpkins. And I know that when I make this bread, I often think of those days when I went over there to have this pane di zucca, which is a pumpkin bread. So now you want to knead this until it's nice and smooth, you see, and that's going to take you about 10 minutes. And then get out that bowl. What did I do with it? Here it is. And give it a little bit of olive oil. And now oftentimes she just did this right on her table after she took the oilcloth off, but I always loved the way they would take the dough and just put it in the bowl, you see, and wipe it like that. And then they would cover it with a towel. Well, that's the one thing that I do differently about this dough. See, I cover mine with plastic wrap because I like the way that keeps the heat in the dough and allows that to rise nicely. So then, after that's risen, about a good hour, an hour and a half, it'll look something like this, you see? And then you want to take that out and put it back on a floured surface. So I want to get a little bit more flour here and get these little pieces off that I don't need. And now look at how nice and light that is. And it just comes out of the bowl so beautifully. I think Mrs. B would really be proud of me. So now you want to knead that. And you see, when you let dough rest somewhat, it's a lot easier to knead. And Mrs. B knew that intuitively, but I had to learn that not only from her, but also from my mother and my grandmother. So now I just want to wipe off my hands here a little bit because I've got just a little bit too much dough on them. And now, while you're kneading this dough, of course, you want to have some pumpkin seeds ready. And what I do is I buy hulled pumpkin seeds and put them on a cookie sheet. And then I just toast them in the oven at 375 for about, 7 or 8 minutes. You want to be careful not to let them brown. You say, here they are. And this is what they look like. And now Mrs. B, of course, when she planted her pumpkins, would save the seeds. And then she'd wash and she'd dry them. And she'd have them for planting pumpkins the next year. But she also put it in this bread. So now I've got my bread dough to where I want it, and I want to roll it out into a round. Because now, after I roll it out, I want to sprinkle on those seeds. And now, this is why I appreciate my heritage so much more today than I did when I was younger, because it was just so wonderful how they could take humble ingredients and turn them into something that was really special. So that when she was cleaning the seeds out of the pumpkin, Mrs. B must have said to herself, I might as well use the pumpkin too in the bread. And so often slivers of raw pumpkin were put into the bread, you see? And another thing she did was to take just a piece of that dough off. She put it in a little jar with olive oil. And that became the cresciuto, or the dough that she would use to start the next pumpkin bread. So get it rolled out, and that's clever, and I always use that trick now too. There. Now, I want to add olive oil. So put on a little bit of olive oil, not too much, maybe about a tablespoon, 2 tablespoons, and this is extra virgin olive oil. And spread it all over the dough. And then get those pumpkin seeds. And this is about 2/3 of a cup. That's a lot of seeds. And if you don't want to use that many, well, you don't have to. So spread them on. And oh, today I'm feeling really old-fashioned. I'm going to add a little bit of that slivered pumpkin, you see? Put it right in there. And now what you want to do is take that dough and just roll it up as if you were forming a jelly roll. And when I watched Mrs. B doing this, I thought this was fascinating because I thought she was going to cook it just like that. But no, she still had another little trick up her sleeve. She got a little bit more flour on the board, you see, just like this. And I was eating Tirali by then, those hard biscuits. And she'd fold this, and she would really get into this. Now, this woman did everything. I mean, she tilled the soil, she planted the crops, she knew how to preserve vegetables, she did all the cooking for the family, and bread was something that was very, very sacred in an Italian household. So now you keep going like this, you see, until you have a nice supple ball. And you want those pumpkin seeds to come right through the dough, and I'm really working hard at this. And that's going to take you, about 5 or 10 minutes to do, and it makes a very attractive looking loaf. And then you want to put that on a bake sheet with a cloth over it and let it rise again. But I like to use a peel, a baker's peel. And I put the dough right on like that, you see? And then I cover it like that, and I let it rise. And when it's risen, it looks like that. And now that's ready to go into the oven. So now you want to have your oven at 375 if you're doing this on a bake sheet. If you're doing it on a stone, a bake stone, like I'm doing, well, then you want that temperature a little higher, maybe 400, 425. And then I sprinkle my bake stone, you see, with cornmeal, and that's so that the dough doesn't stick. And now I like to use a bake stone because it creates a nice hard crust, and it's nothing but a piece of unglazed quarry tile. So now I get my bread off the peel by a quick prayer to Mrs. B. And with a flick of the wrist, you see, there it goes. And now I can put it in, and I want that to cook, about 30 or 35 minutes until it's nice and hard. Well, now I'm just reminded so much from my visit at Ellis Island about some of the other wonderful treasures as far as recipes go that were brought to my family by relatives and friends. And one that I want to make for you today is something that was really a recipe that was created by a friend of ours, Gracie La Puma, and she was a friend of my grandmother, Galasso's. And now it starts again with some yeast and water, and here I've got about 2 tablespoons of dry yeast in 2.5 cups of warm water, and I've let it proof just like I did before. And now I really wanted to save this recipe, Gracie's recipe, as part of my own cooking tradition. And so I called her one day and I said, Gracie, I'd really love to have that recipe that you used to share with Grandma. And you know, Gracie was the kind of person who would come to our house, almost every week. And she was from Sicily, and she didn't speak very good English. She spoke in broken English. And my grandmother was from Naples. But the two of them, speaking in their own distinct dialects, really understood each other very well, because the hardships that they both endured in Italy were the same, no matter what region they came from. And so when I wanted this recipe, I said, how do you make it? And she said, just to put a little flour into the well. And this is really the well, or as my grandmother Galasso used to say, the fontana. Some Italians call it a volcano, and really this is the old way of making bread and rolls and pasta. And so here's my well. And now this goes in here, but we have to add a few more ingredients to this. And Gracie loved to put anise seeds in, and here's about 4 tablespoons of anise seeds. So that goes in. And then some salt, about a tablespoon or so, and pepper. And now this really threw me for a loop because I remember these as being very tangy. I said, how much pepper? Oh, as much as you want. 4 ounces. I say 4 ounces, that's an awful lot of pepper. So I put in as much as I want. That's about a tablespoon. And then here, about a tablespoon of olive oil. And I think that's all of it. So now you want to mix that up, you see. And now you got to hold your breath because this goes in there. And now, if you were a little skittish about doing this, well, you could do this in a bowl. But I think that this is a great way to keep tradition alive. So I'm going to try it this way. And now what Gracie would do, you see, is start to bring the flour into the center from the outside wall. And now the important thing here is that you don't ever want to allow this wall to collapse. I know, because I've done it several times. And all of this stuff has wound up on my shoes. I've done that with pasta too. So now this is something that you can't hurry with. And it often reminds me of the way Gracie cooks because she never hurried with anything. She would come over and she would sit with my grandmother on the back porch. And the two of them were in their little black dresses because, of course, they were always in mourning for those relatives who had gone before. And they would talk, and they would talk about I morti. And, of course, I only had one ear to all of this because I didn't want to be part of that culture and that tradition. I felt they were just two little old ladies who had to commiserate together. But really, a simple gift of rolls or cookies that were often brought by Gracie was tradition. And she was passing that tradition on to me when she brought them over, even though at the time I didn't know it. But now today I really hunger after knowing more about my heritage and the traditions of Italian food that came with my grandmother and people like Gracie who left their homelands in Italy to come to a country that was totally foreign to them. But with them they brought the secrets of their cooking. And these were secrets that they just kept in their heart. And when I make this bread, truly, I think of Gracie in all those days long ago when I was young, and the wonderful smells that came out of our kitchen and hers. And so now, you see, I think I'm getting it to where I want it. That was about 7 cups of flour. And now when you have enough flour in your dough, well, then you can push the rest aside, you see. So I want to get this into a nice, soft ball. So keep going like that. And this needs, maybe just a little bit more flour, but it could use a lot more kneading than I'm giving it now. And of course, part of making this was to allow the dough to rest. So in between, they would allow their dough to rest and they would go on to cook something else and then come back to it. So get it into a ball like so, and then you want to put it into a greased dish. But first I've got to wash my hands here. Got to get this off my fingers, otherwise I'm not going to be able to play with that dough. And I've got to go over and spritz the oven. So let me see how we're doing here. Yes, and I like to do this because when you spritz with water like this, you see, that creates a nice crust. And so I'm going to let that cook right down until I can take it out in about 30 or 35 minutes. And now back to that dough. So now when you have your ball of dough where you want it, you see, then you want to put it into a greased bowl and let that rise. So that looks just about right. So now I've got to get out a bowl. And I want to put a little bit of olive oil in there, just the way Gracie would have done it, you see? And she may even be watching me do this, you know, because I don't know if I told you, she's 92 years old, so she comes with a lot of stories from the old country. So there, put it in and then get the oil over the top. And then, again, I like to put plastic wrap over mine because that keeps the heat in the dough. And then set it aside. And you want to let that rise, for about 45 minutes, at least until it's double. And then it'll look something like this. You see, this is very nicely risen now. And now I can take this out and put it on my floured board. But now I've got to move out some of this flour because I didn't need all that. But of course, Gracie never did say exactly how much to use. So there, you see how wonderful that is. It's just very light and fluffy. And now I can really work this with ease. And it's just a very soft dough to move. And now you can do a number of things with this, but I remember Gracie always bringing this over as small rolls. We would have them with ham or cheese or just all by themselves, and sometimes they were very nice with soup. So you want to knead that, about 5 minutes, and then get yourself a cookie sheet. And here's mine. And you just want to grease that lightly with a little bit of butter or olive oil, and then you can just take off pieces, you see, of dough like that and form them into rounds. And sometimes she made them into oval shapes. So form them into rounds, and now a bunch of dough like this is going to make, about 2½ dozen of rolls. So you can make rounds or you can make little oblong pieces. And I think it's nice to have just a combination of the various types, and sometimes she even made them into twists. And then after you get them on a sheet like that, you see, then what you want to do is brush them with a little bit of egg. So here's an egg that's just been beaten up with about a tablespoon of water. And you just want to give that a nice light brushing, you see, just like that. And then you can add some sesame seeds over the top. So this has got all kinds of things in it now. And then you want to take those and let them rise again, about 15 or 20 minutes. And when they're risen, you see, they'll look something like that. And now they're ready to go into the oven. So you want to put them into a 375-degree oven, for about 15 or 20 minutes, just until they're nicely browned. And then, when they're baked, they'll look like this, you see? You see they have just a very nice hard crust. And your bread, well, I'm going to take mine out on a peel now and get it right on here, and it smells beautiful, will look just like that. So there you have it. 2 recipes from the mind. Pane di zucca e panini di pepe alla grazie. 2 simple breads made with hard work and ingenuity. Our immigrant ancestors gave us much more than their old world cooking secrets. They gave us tradition, an expression of their values, and a sense of who we are. Until I see you nella cucina again, remember to cherish your heritage. I'm Marianna Esposito. Ciao. Ciao, I'm Marianna Esposito. I'm going to give you a little pop quiz now. What is one of the favorite meats that Italians in Italy love to eat? Did you say maiale, porco, or porchetta? Well, bravo, because in Italy there are many ways to have pork, and I'm standing here surrounded by just a few of them. Here are fresh curing prosciutti, and these were made by Andrea. And here's salame, And in Italy, you can find many regional variations on how to make salame. And another favorite is porchetta. Porchetta is roast suckling pig that's either roasted in the oven or it can be done allo spiedo on a spit. And that's the way I first had it when I traveled to Umbria. But there are many ways to do it and many ways to stuff it. And no matter where you travel in Italy, every region will have its particular version. And I have my version of cooking pork too.
Dad, Ellen, Marianne.
Recipe, there's nothing here that's written down.
And with your smile look like Mona Lisa.
Oh golly, gee whiz. The rest of my wine, and don't you love my brush? This is the way they do it in Umbria, of course. Just baste the meat with a rosemary sprig. So that's good. Now the Italians are such happy people because they have happy food. And just keep going like that until you... Ciao. Marino's restaurant in Cambridge, Massachusetts is not unlike Umbria in Italy. Some of the best secrets of regional Italian cooking are carried on here by Chef Andrea De Paolo. He's been in America for only 9 months and still cooks according to the ancient customs of his homeland. Okay, this is going to be a roast pork done in the oven, porchetta. And in Italy, porchetta can be stuffed in a number of ways. Ci sono le erbe dentro.
Sì, ci
Le
sono
erbe.
erbe aromatiche.
All right, he's got aromatic herbs inside.
Yes.
What are some of them?
Yeah, salt,
Salt,
black pepper, rosemary, garlic, and una spezia italiana, si chiama
Cinnamon?
chiodo di garofano. Sì.
and cloves. Do you have any cloves? No?
Yeah.
Un po'. And no senza salvia.
No, senza salvia.
Senza salvia. Now, in some parts of Italy, they'll use sage e un po' di finocchio.
Sì, andrebbe anche un po' di finocchio, semi di finocchio.
A little
Sì.
fennel.
Sì,
See?
sì,
See?
sì.
So now it's ready for the oven, and this weighs
Yeah.
about what? 70 pounds.
Yes, 70 pounds.
Now, mette
Sì,
un po'.
olio di oliva,
Sì.
un po' di sale fino da cucina.
Okay.
Sì, che fa diventare la crosta più croccante e dà quel colore proprio di
Ok.
arrosto, capito?
Sì, ho capito. So he puts a little bit of olive oil over the top, some salt, because that's going to help to give it a nice crust and also a wonderful color. So now this is ready to go into a big oven. So, Andrea,
Yeah.
è pronta?
siamo
Sì,
pronti
sì,
per
siamo
la-
pronti. Sì.
Per il
So
forno.
we're going to put it in the oven now?
Sure.
Okay, and how much time is this going to take?
Yeah, 4 hours.
Go for it, Andrea. It looks good. Now it's ready, right?
Yeah.
You need a little help?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Here we go. Okay, and that's going to take about 4.5 hours to cook. Just enough time for you and I to go nella cucina, where I'm going to show you how to cook a lombo di maiale con aceto balsamico. We're back, and these onions are cooking for a sauce that we're going to make for our pork today. And you see what I have here is nothing more than just white onion. And I like to use white onion for a lot of my Italian cooking because it's a milder onion. But if you don't have white onions like this, then you can just use yellow onions. And all I've done here is cut these thin. And now they're just wilting down in about 1/4 cup of apple cider vinegar. So now that's the base to a nice sauce that's going to go over our pork. So now, while Andrea's pork is cooking, I'm going to get mine started. So you want to start our pork on the top of the stove. Remember, he started in the oven, but my oven's a little smaller than his. So we're starting on top here, and I'm going to put, about 2 tablespoons of extra virgin olive oil in a frying pan. And I just want to get that heated. I want to get that hot because then I want to put my pork in. And do you believe that that 70-pound porchetta is going to fit in that frying pan? Just kidding. Ours is a little smaller, you see. Now, that big porchetta has to roast for that long 4.5 hours, but we're going to do this in like this. And today what I've got is pork tenderloin. Now, this is the most tender cut of pork that you can get, and it comes from the inside of the loin. And usually when you buy this, you buy maybe 1 or 2 tenders, and today I have about 1.5 pounds. So the first thing I want to do is dry that off a little bit, because if I don't dry it, you see, then it won't brown very nicely in my oil. So give it a good wipe off, and then I'm going to put it on a board because that's a little easier to work with. Then I want to give it just a little bit of olive oil. I just want to coat the top of it. Do you remember I asked Andrea if he was going to put any olive oil over the top of his porchetta, and he said, "Si, un po." So I'm putting un po over mine. And there, that should be just about enough. And all I want to do is just wipe that down a little bit. Now this isn't going to take very long to cook at all. So now let me see how we're doing on the oil. I think I can get that in because that's starting to smoke. So I'm going to turn that down a little bit. And now in they go. 1 and 2. And now all I want to do is let that pork brown on both sides. I'm going to turn that down to low. And while that's browning, I can go back to my sauce. Well, now here are my onions, and all you want to do is really wilt those down. And then you're going to add other things to this. This is a very quick sauce. And what you want to add are some fresh herbs. Now, I like to put sage in my pork, and this is fresh sage. And for this dish, I probably want, a good tablespoon. Now, if you don't like sage, you don't have to use it, but by all means don't use dried sage, because dried sage just doesn't have any flavor, and all the oils are really dried up. So I want about a tablespoon, so I want just a little bit more. And this smells so wonderful. It's very woodsy, and that reminds me so much of Umbria, because Umbria's cooking is very rustic and woodsy. And then I want rosemary. And again, I'm using fresh rosemary, and you just want to take the needles off, you see? Just take the needles. You don't want the stems. And I want, about 3 tablespoons of rosemary needles. Now, rosemary you can just keep on a windowsill in your house, and you'll have it all year long. I tend to kill every plant that I have, but today we happen to have a nice hefty supply of rosemary. So you want, about 3 tablespoons. And again, if you have to use dry, well, che peccato, it just isn't going to taste as good. So there, that's good. So now that can go right in here, you see? And then to that, I want to add some fresh parsley. And this is fresh Italian flat leaf parsley. So, about a tablespoon of that goes in. And now I got to check the pork. Let me see how we're doing here. I think I can turn that now. Let me see. Yes, you see how nice that looks? And turn that one. Now you don't want those to brown too much. So now I've got my herbs, and now I want, about a 1/2 cup of olive oil in this. So I'm just going to eyeball this for you. So a 1/2 cup of olive oil, extra virgin, and then lemon. So you want about a tablespoon of lemon juice. And please use fresh lemon juice, because as I say, it's the freshest ingredients that make the best sauce. So now we've got all of that in, and how about a pinch of salt and a little bit of black pepper, and then these sweet little cute things. These are red peppercorns, and I think this gives a nice flavor, but it also gives a beautiful color to this dish at the end. So, about a tablespoon of that. And you're not going to cook this very much at all. So now that looks pretty good, and that's only been in there for about a minute. And I'm going to turn that off, because now I just have to add one last wonderful essential ingredient to the sauce, and that is this, and that is balsamic vinegar, or aceto balsamico. And now this is something that's been in Italy for centuries, but we're just discovering it here. And you know how I discovered it? Well, I once did a story about a woman who knew a lot about balsamic vinegar. She came to my house, and I wanted to know all about this, and she was telling me how this vinegar comes from very special grapes, the white Trebbiano grape. And it comes from the mosto, or the must, the unfermented grape juice. And the juice is cooked down, and it makes a thick syrup called a saba. And then the saba is put into different fruit woods and aged for many years. Some of these vinegars are very old. And then she said, "Do you want to taste it?" I said, "Sure." So out of her purse came an etched bottle and a silver spoon. And then she reverently, very reverently, poured out just a drop for me to try. I can't talk, it's so strong. It's delicious. It's sweet and it's sour at the same time. It's wonderful. And now, this dish that I'm creating for you today has balsamic vinegar. And of course, we're borrowing the idea from a different region of Italy altogether. This is from Emilia-Romagna in Modena, where these vinegars are made. But here's one that I actually did bring home from Umbria. And this came from a little town called Torgiano. And now this bottle cost me a hefty, hefty price. And I haven't got the heart to open it. That's about 20 years old, this vinegar. But I do have my private stash. And well, when I was in Reggio Emilia not too long ago, this was a gift to me. And you see, in Modena, when you get married, you don't get money, you get vinegar, because these are very old, ancient, prized treasures. And this one's aged in juniper, and this one in oak. So they're aged in different kinds of wood. And the best vinegars never, ever leave Modena. Now I've told you that story, I better go check the pork. So that takes care of that. So now, all I have to do is add the vinegar, and I've got about 2/3 of a cup. Now you saw that I tasted that. That was rather pungent. 2/3 of a cup in this is going to make quite a nifty sauce. So that's ready. You really never want to cook the balsamic vinegar. You just want to add it. It's a flavor enhancer, because if you cook it, all the alcohol will evaporate. Well, let me see how we're doing here. I think that looks good, so we can turn this off. And now the next thing is to bake. So you want to get out a bake dish, and then you want to take the tenderloins and just put them in the dish. See, all the juice and all the rest of that oil that was in there. And then you want to add some wine. So you want to add about 1/3 of a cup of wine to the pan. And then you want to give that a little coarse black pepper over the top. Isn't this nice? And then a little salt. And now this is ready to go into the oven. And I only need one person to put this in. Andrea needed a whole army. So this goes into a 375-degree oven. And now it's going to cook only about 20 minutes. So get it in to a hot oven. And that's it. Now that that pork is cooking, we can go on to the rest of this Umbrian dinner. And let's see, I think potatoes would be a nice addition, so let me just make a little bit of room here. And now, potatoes go very nicely with this, because you can put them in the oven just ahead of the pork, you see, and then they'll be cooked about the same time that the pork comes out of the oven. So now, you can use any kind of baking potato that you want. I like to use red skin potatoes, and here I've just cut up some already in a baking dish. I'm just going to cut up a few more and throw them in there. So you need about 1 pound to serve about 4 people. So get them in your dish, and if you don't want to use red skins, use something else. If you want to leave the skin on, you can do that too. So now what I want to add to this is some more fresh rosemary. So I want to put some sprigs of fresh rosemary in there, and that gives a very nice flavor, I think, to the potatoes along with the pork. So I think I need just a little bit more. And then I want to add a little bit of garlic. So I'd say a good teaspoon, or if you like garlic, add a little bit more of fresh chopped garlic. And then some salt and pepper goes in. So, a good teaspoon or so of salt, and coarse black pepper, because that's the kind I always like to use. And then the last thing you have to put in here is about, 1/3 to 1/2 a cup of extra virgin olive oil. So now that goes over the potatoes, and that's about 1/2 a cup. And now all I want to do is give that a toss, you see. Make sure that you've coated the potatoes well with the olive oil. And really, this is a very simple way to do potatoes, yet is very nice with the pork. So now that's all ready to go, and that can go into the 375-degree oven where the pork is cooking. And now I need to add a little bit more wine to that. So let me see how we're doing. Yes. So here's the rest of my wine. And don't you love my brush? This is the way they do it in Umbria, of course. Just baste the meat with a rosemary sprig. So that's good. And I'm going to pour the rest of that in there. And now that can finish cooking. And when it's cooked well, there, it'll look something like that, you see. And now we can put the sauce over that, the sauce that we made earlier. So here is that wonderful sauce with the balsamic vinegar. And that just goes right over the pork. And I get all of that out because I don't want to waste it. And just spread that around. And now, ideally, you want to let that marinate just about as long as it's taking Andrea to cook his porchetta in the oven. So then I cover it with some wax paper. Put a piece of wax paper over the top, and then a piece of foil, you see. And then now, what you want to do is put that in the refrigerator and let that marinate about 3 to 4 hours. It's really good at room temperature, or you could heat it up again and then just slice it and serve it. So now, while that's marinating a little bit, let me talk to you about the veg for this, because I think fresh asparagus is the thing to have. And that's asparagi in Italian. And if you were in Umbria, this is the kind of asparagus you would find, you see, the wild asparagus. And it's very thin and tender, and it doesn't need much cooking at all. And really, when you go to the grocery store, you're not going to be able to get little ones like this most times, so you're just going to have to do it with the fatties. But you'll notice that the tip here is very, very tight, and that's what you want to look for when you buy asparagus. You don't want tips that open up. So here I have, about a pound of asparagus, and now I want to cook that in boiling water. So I'm one step ahead of you because there's my water boiling, you see, and I'm going to turn that up some. And now I want to add just a pinch of salt to that, and I want to add some olive oil, because the olive oil is going to help keep the asparagus nice and green. So that goes in. And now my asparagus. Now if you want to be a purist about this, you can tie this in a bundle and stand it up in a pan, but this is the way I do it at home, and believe me, it comes out very nice. So now you want to put the cover on and let that cook, and that's going to take, about 3 or 4 minutes, depending on how fat your asparagus were to start with. And then we're going to put a sauce over that, a simple butter sauce. And here I've got some butter that's already been melting, you see. And now what I want to do is just get that butter browned, and that's about 4 tablespoons of butter. So I want to brown that, and then I'm going to pour it right over the asparagus. And then the last thing I'm going to add to that is some fresh grated Parmesan cheese. So you want to grate up, I would say about 1/3 of a cup. You can grate up more if you like Parmesan cheese. If you don't like Parmesan cheese, you could use Romano cheese. You could use grated Asiago cheese, but I happen to like Parmesan cheese with this. And try to always use fresh cheese, because I think that really makes a difference. So there, that looks about to be 1/3 of a cup. So now, let me see how we're doing here. Well, I think they need a little more time to go. So let me show you about how to serve this pork, because we can hardly wait now. So you want to get out a nice platter, and of course, a cutting board. And I'm going to bring my pork over now. You see, and you're just going to have to imagine that this has been marinating for a long time. So over it comes. And it's so beautiful to look at. It just really reminds me of Christmas. So I'm going to take one out and just put it right there. And this one I'm going to cut up for you. So you want to take off the herbs and the onions just so you can cut it. So I'll put this on a cutting board. And now let me see how we're doing on the butter. That's coming along nicely, but it isn't browned enough yet. So now all you want to do, you get a smaller fork, is cut this into pieces, you see, like so. And really, you don't want to overcook this pork. You want it to be just pink in the middle. And you see how tender this is, how easy it's cutting. And 2 tenders like this will serve at least 4 people. So there, well, that looks good. And now I'm going to put that right on my serving tray. I've got to make this nice for you so you feel like you really want to eat this. Get those. And these 2 little pieces right here, right on the end. There, and then you want to take this sauce and just, I got to get my pot holders, here they are, because that's still hot. You want to take that sauce, you see, all of it, and just pour it right over the meat. Now, doesn't that look beautiful? Beautiful. And then, how are we doing here? Oh, we've got brown butter sauce, all right. We've got to turn this off now. Yes. Whoop. There, finally it's off. Let me see how we're doing here. Yes, I think I got to check this now, because asparagus, as I say, does not take long to cook. And when you can get your fork in there easily, it's cooked. Well, it needs about a minute more, so I'm going to put the cover back on and go back to the pork. So now, there's the pork, and when I bring that to the table, I like to garnish that up with some of the wonderful things that I started with, like that fresh rosemary and those wonderful little red peppercorns. So now there's the pork. And let me get this out of the way, because now it is time for asparagus. So let me see, got to get that butter off, because that is brown butter sauce now. And we can turn this off. Yes, I think that is ready. The one thing you don't want is mushy asparagus. Even vegetables in Italian cooking are always cooked al dente. So get all the water off, all of it. And then you can put it on a serving dish, you see. And here's mine. Just get them on. And I did that without even spilling one. How wonderful. And now you want to put on that brown butter sauce, you see? And that goes right over the top. Just like that. And then the very last thing you want to add is a snowstorm of grated Parmesan cheese. So there, now our asparagus makes the perfect accompaniment to una cena umbra with the pork that we cooked in aceto balsamico. Finalmente, amici, la cena è pronta. Supper is ready. Now just imagine sitting down to an Umbrian dinner that you created yourself. And here, of course, we're starting with that wonderful, fresh tenderloin of pork. And when I have this, I like to give it just another little dollop of that ancient aceto balsamico. And then, of course, to go with this, our fresh asparagus that has a wonderful butter sauce over the top and the fresh grated Parmesan cheese. And then patate al forno, the potatoes that we roasted in the oven with rosemary, garlic, and olive oil. And of course, no Umbrian dinner would be complete without pane casarecchio, homemade bread. And following that, an insalata mista, a mixed green salad with fresh vegetables. And if you're still hungry, well, then you can top it off with something that's very Umbrian, a torta di frutta fresca, a fresh fruit tart. And until I see you nella cucina again, I'm Marianna Esposito. Ciao. Ciao, I'm Marianna Esposito. You probably know that the Italians are great fish eaters, from wonderful tonno that comes from Sicilian waters to the tiny vongole of Venice that is often mixed with pasta, to the trout that you get in northern Italy. And even eels are a delicacy. And I'll bet that if you tried my version of making eels, that you might be convinced to eat the real thing.
Dad, Ellen, Marianne.
Recipe, there's nothing here that's written down.
And with your smile look like Mona Lisa.
Oh golly, gee whiz. The rest of my wine, and don't you love my brush? This is the way they do it in Umbria, of course. Just baste the meat with a rosemary sprig. So that's good. Now, the Italians are such happy people because they have happy food. And just keep going like that until you... Ciao. For about 70 years, Professor Herb Jackson has studied marine and estuarine life. I can ask him just about any question about fish, and I know he'll have the answers, including everything you've always wanted to know about eels, but were afraid to ask. You got a couple surprises for me today?
Well, I think I can find one or two. I just put this trap down last night and got these little minnows, most people call them. I call them mummy chugs or top minnows.
I like your name better, Mummy Chugs.
Mummy chug.
Sounds cute.
Yeah.
Look at those. Now those are used just for bait, huh?
Well, that's about all they're used for around here.
Yeah. I mean, what else could you use those for? They're not big enough to eat.
No, not big enough to eat.
Yeah.
They're big enough to eat mosquito larvae and so forth.
Yeah.
They'll live in freshwater ponds around the marsh.
Oh, they're little slimy little
Yeah,
guys.
some of them are pretty good size.
Yeah.
They're great enemies of the little bugs and things that fly around from the water.
Yeah. We got a few of those around here this afternoon,
Well,
too, don't
we have to have them for atmosphere.
Right. Well, that's neat. What else have you got down there?
Well, I got another trap that I have a couple of bait eels
Are
in.
you going to use those later?
I don't have any use for them now. I'm
You're just going to put them
just
back
avoiding throwing them overboard until we know we're through with them.
Okay. Another one of those same traps.
Yeah, another one of those same traps, but I am using this one for a cage because I stopped up the cones at the ends, and these are...
Why do I feel I should move back?
That's optical illusion.
Oh dear, yes.
We'll put one of them in this can here. These are real
Look
eels.
at those.
They were hatched down in Bermuda,
Oh.
northwest of Bermuda actually, in the deep water.
Oops, he's trying to get out.
And then they swim in the Gulf Current until they think it's time to come ashore. And as they come inland, the little things about so long, they're called elvers.
Whoop.
There's one.
Hey there.
Yep, here he goes.
Right up my shoe, of
You're
course.
right up your shoe, yep.
Are you going to be able to get him, Herb?
Oh, probably not. There he goes.
Oh, I got worried for a minute. I only like to cook those things. Okay, get him. Get him. All right, now stay there. They are slippery critters.
They sure are. They're very hard to handle.
You know, in Italy, those are a delicacy.
Well, they're a delicacy here too for those who.
But
know.
I don't think Americans eat them the
Not
way
very many
Italians
Americans.
do.
No, not many Americans.
Now, do you eat them?
I think they're one of the best fish in the river.
What I'm fascinated about more than anything else is, what's your favorite recipe?
Oh well, I like. They're cooked lots of different ways, but my favorite recipe is just to fry them in a pan with a little cornmeal flour rolled on them, and you cut them up into chunks about 3 or 4 inches long, and the meat is nice and white. It's quite a delicate flavor.
Well, that sounds like a good old New England way
It's
of
like
doing
trout.
eel.
Sure
yeah.
it is, yeah.
Well, I'll tell you, Herb, there are a lot of ways to cook eel in
Yeah.
Italy. A lot of them.
I've heard
And
that.
either you're going to have to visit the country or you're going to have to come nella cucina with the rest of us, or I'm going to show you how to make eels the way I like to have them, for dessert. And that's no fish story. Are you ready for a little fun? Because I thought it was really neat spending all that time with Herb learning about eels. And I wasn't kidding you when I told you that I like my eels for dessert. Well, today I'm going to show you how to do that. And you have to start with almonds. And here I've got almonds that I've been chopping very, very fine, and that's really critical to this recipe. So you want to start with whole almonds, and you can use either blanched whole almonds. You could use slivered almonds if you wanted to too, or you could use almonds like this, you see, that are not blanched. And I sometimes like to use the combination of both in this recipe just to give this a little bit of added texture and color. So there, at least I've got that pile done, so now I can add it to my bowl here. And you need for this recipe, I would say about a pound of whole almonds. That's going to give you about 3 1/3 or 3 1/2 cups of finely chopped almonds. And here I've got to get the rest of them chopped. Or that is also 450 grams in case you want to weigh it out. So whatever's your fancy. And now I didn't toast these at all, you see. I'm just using them the way they are. And now why do I love to make this recipe? Well, I'll tell you, you're not going to find this anywhere in this country. This is something that is a regional specialty from Perugia. And when the Perugians make this, they usually make it for Christmas time. But you can have it all year long. You can't just say that it's a Christmas specialty, but you do see it, particularly for Christmas. And if you pass the pastry windows in Perugia, you'll see eels standing on all kinds of decorated plates in the pastry windows. And they're just absolutely wonderful to look at. And believe me, they taste delicious. So now I'm getting there, but I'm not quite there yet. And you see how fine this has to be, almost as if it's a flour, an almond flour. Now, I heard you. She could have done this in the food processor. Well, you're right. I could have done this in the food processor, but I don't like to do that because it breaks down the oils too much in the nut, I think. But if you're in a hurry or you're just plain lazy, well, then you can put these nuts in the food processor and do this a lot quicker than I'm doing it. But once you have these nuts chopped, you see, like this, well, then the rest of this goes together pretty quickly. So there, I think you get the idea, and that could be just a little finer, but I'm going to throw these in now anyway. So now I've got my almonds. I'm going to put them right in my bowl. And now, what else do I need for this? Well, now for these particular eels, you need sugar. And the first time I had this, I said, well, this reminds me very much of a macaroon, or of what the Italians call pasta reale, an almond paste. When you think about it, that's what almond paste is, ground up almonds and sugar. And I've just added about 1 2/3 cups of sugar. So I want to get that mixed up fairly well. And now you can do this with a spoon if you want, but I like to do things a mano, so I'm just going to do it with my hands. So get it mixed up fairly well, you see, like that. And then you want to add some citron to this. Now, let me talk to you a little bit about citron. Here's 1/2 of a citron. Now, citron is a member of the lemon family. It's like a big lemon, and it grows in the Mediterranean. And the Italians love to put this in a number of desserts. You see it in all kinds of fruit cakes and breads. And it's sticky. You see what they do? They take this and they candy it in sugar and water. And then they cut it up in small little pieces like this, you see. And they add it to fruit cakes and breads, cookies, and you can also put this in eels. So I want, about 2 ounces of this. And I've got some right here, you see. So I'm just going to add the rest of this, cut this one up just a little bit smaller. And that is sticky, I have to say. So in that goes. And then, you can have either lemon or orange peel. Now this is just candied orange peel. And if you can't find citron like this, and it is hard to find, well, then you can just use lemon and orange peel. So all told now, I want about 2/3 cup. So I'm going to put this in and add this, you see. Now isn't this starting to look delicious? And you say, well, what's the connection with the eel? I'm getting there. You're just going to have to wait. So now mix that up real well, you see. And now you need egg whites. And here I've got, 4 egg whites. I'm going to add just a few more because, you know, it all depends on the size of the egg as to how much egg white you have, how much you have to add to this almond mixture here. So if your eggs are small, you might find that you need a little bit more. So I'm going to just start adding a little bit of this at a time. First, let me wipe my hands because this does start to get a little sticky. So now I've got 6 egg whites. So let me start by adding, 3 or so. That's about 3. And again, I'm going to use my hands. So now you want to get into this and really mix it around. And when I make this recipe, you know, I think of not only the fact that this is used at Christmas time, a specialty item in Perugia, but that this particular type of eel lives in a lake in Perugia called Lago Trasimeno. There are a lot of eels in the lake there. A lot more than Herb Jackson was able to get up from the bottom of that little river we were next to the other day. So eels are sort of dear to the heart of Perugians. And you see now this is starting to hold together, and I think I need just a little bit more of this mixture. Well, anyway, let me get back to my story. I've been to Lago Trasimeno, and it's a very important lake because did you know that Hannibal was able to defeat the Romans at Lago Trasimeno? And that was his ticket to move into Rome. And of course, you knew that that was during the Punic War in 217 BC. So now I've got my mass, you see. And now I need a little flour. So I want to put some flour down and make sure you've got a well-floured board. And just stick your mixture on. We'll get that a little more flour. And then work with well-floured hands. And now you want to get this into a ball, or into a roll, really. And you want to cut this up because this is where we really get to make the eels, you see. And you want to make sure that you've got just enough flour there that's going to hold that together. So a little bit more. And now you can make one giant eel, or you could make several smaller ones. I'm going to cut this in half and work with one piece at a time. Now, I'm going to show Herb Jackson what a real pastry eel looks like. And so what you want to do is start rolling this out, you see, and forming it. And it's a lot easier if you start on a bake sheet. Now there's mine. And I have a little butter underneath, you see, just to hold parchment paper down. And now this is going to break, so don't try to form the whole eel on your board and then get it all nicely shaped and then think that it's going to stay in one piece, because it won't. So what I do is I basically get it to where I want. See? Then I lift it up like that. And then I can start forming, shaping my eel. And now you remember what those eels look like that we saw with Dr. Jackson. And they were slimy critters, and these are the only kind of eels I really like to handle. But you know, the Italians are great lovers of eels. And at Christmas time, especially in Rome and in Naples, on the night before Christmas, La Vigilia, the Italians go shopping in the seafood markets. And they buy eels, and they bring them home. And they can treat them a number of ways. They grill them, they bake them, they fry them, they stew them. It's a real delicacy. So I wasn't kidding when I told you that the Italians have a particular fondness for this. So you see, I've shaped my eel. Here's his tail coming around on down to my head. That does look like an eel, doesn't it? Now I've got to wash my hands a little bit, because now I have to give my eel its distinctive characteristics. And that is, I have to put some scales on this guy. So now to do that, you take a scissors like this, you see, and you start making little V's, because eels do have scales. You remember that, don't you? Because Dr. Jackson said if you looked real close, you could see them. So now you see with the scissors, I'm just sort of lifting up the dough. I'm creating a V all the way down the back of this eel, right down to the tail section. And to me, this is just a fun thing to do. I really love to do these. And at Christmas time, when everybody else is handing out chocolate chip cookies to their friends, well, I'm wrapping up an eel for you as a little gift. And people usually say, "What's that?" And then, of course, I tell them the same story that I just told you about Hannibal and how the Italians love eels. So now I've got some whole almonds, you see? And I just want to insert the almonds with the pointed side up into those little slits that I made. So you want to go all the way down the back of the eel. And now he is starting to look real, isn't he? And now while you're doing this, you want to have your oven on. Get your oven on preheated to 300 degrees or to 325. It's going to depend on your oven, but usually I cook these at about 300 degrees, and you want to cook them, for about 20 minutes. So there's the scales, and now we have to give him a mouth and eyes. And here you could use, currants. These are currants. You could use, I've got some candied peel here, some red candied peel. Today, let's put currants in for the eyes. So there's an eye, and there's, whoops, he's stuck on my finger. There's another eye. And then you can take just a piece candied citron and stick it right there for his mouth. And now you see he's ready to go into the oven. So into a 350 or 300 degree oven rather, and let him cook for about 20, 25 minutes, just until nicely browned on top. And then when they're cooked, he'll look just like that. And now you really want to let that cool down. Now, making one eel in my kitchen isn't going to do it, so we're going to make a couple more. And there's the rest of my dough, so now I need a little bit more flour. And now really what we should do is we should make an eel for Herb. And you know, the eels that he showed us, if you remember this, were only about 3 years old. So I think that we should make a baby eel, don't you? So now you can make these eels any size you want, but if you wanted to make a baby eel, well, of course you need less dough, so you would do the same thing, you see? Just very gently roll the dough under the palm of your hand, and again, have a cookie sheet ready. Here's another one. I have a lot of cookie sheets, so have another one ready, and then, of course, when you get it where you want it, you want to pick that up again, you see, carefully, and if it breaks, that's okay, because then you can just reform it. And now, you know, this is probably one of the reasons that Hannibal had to go into Italy with elephants, because elephants were not afraid of eels. And so that was, you know, how he was able to divide and conquer. I don't know if that's true or not, but it makes a good story. But anyway, so you want to make those slits again, you see, in the back of the eel, just like that, just like I did with the larger one. And now, if you wanted to do something a little different here, well then, you could take a little glass like this, you see, take a little melted butter, and then just, grease it very well on the outside like this, because now you might want to give this eel a little stand-up character. So now, let's see, his head is over here, so you could see, simply lift this up, you see, like that, and then you could take a little bit of foil and brush that with some butter too. I think I've got just a little bit too much on there, and then just sort of anchor that in there so you're not going to have this all break apart, you see, and then you'll have to cook this just like it is. Now, oops, he is breaking. Let me put him back together. This is delicate, so you have to be careful. So there, now I can go ahead and put my almonds in. So you do the same thing, you see? Take those almonds and just insert them in those little scales. And of course, I just broke that front part, but I'm telling you, I'm just going to pick it up and patch it right back together again, because that's the beauty of this dough. I'm going to get him to stick no matter what. There, and he is going to stay. This is trial and error. That's what a lot of cooking is about, trial and error. So we're trying this today. All right, now stay there and don't move. Okay, now he is little, so I have to give him tiny, tiny little eyes. Oh, he's not moving, so that looks like it's going to stay. So now I've got another currant, you see, and I'm going to cut that really small and put them right there. Can you see that? He's looking better all the time. And now, of course, he's got to have a little mouth, so we have to put another little piece of candied fruit right there, you see? Okay, and now he's ready for the oven, and I think he's going to stay together. I'm going to push him down just a little bit more, that head area right there. Oh, 3 Hail Marys ought to do it. Okay, well, that's another version. Now, while they're cooking, you've got to get some jam ready, you see? Because now what you're going to do, of course, is glaze these after they come out of the oven. So I want to start up my pan here. And now you could use, oh, any kind of jam that you'd like, but I've got some apricot jam here, and all I want to do is put that in my pan, you see? And I just want to get that warm. So now when the big eel has cooled down some, well, then I can go ahead and brush him with this. So I'm going to let that just sit in there, and every once in a while I'm going to give this a stir just to get it down to a liquid consistency. So now what else could you do with these? Well, you remember those mummy chunks? I think that's what they were called, those little fish that Herb was telling us about. Well, I don't know. I feel very playful today, so I think I ought to make a few of those. You know, this kind of a dough allows you to do this. You see, this is something that it's as I say, like almond paste. And if you go through the pastry shops, the Italian pastry shops, you often see fruit that is made out of almond paste that's been colored to look like pieces of watermelon or something else. Well, that's what this is. So I'm going to give him a little eye. Now, that does look like a little mummy chunk. I'm going to put him right there, see? And he can cook along with our little baby eel. And if you didn't want to do that, if you were really, really uncreative, if you had no artistic ability at all, well, you could make macaroons, you see? And all you have to do here is stand like this and just roll these into balls. That's not hard to do. And then you could take an almond. Is he still holding together? Yep, he is. And just put it right in the center, you see? And you could make just macaroons. And now I still have a lot of this dough left over, so I think I'm going to start on one more eel. But let me see how my jam is coming along. I'm going to turn that up. Okay, that's starting to get liquid. And I think I can brush my eel that is already cooling down. So when you get it warm, I'm just going to set him aside now. I'll come back to him later. I may make an elephant out of this last piece in honor of Hannibal. Well, now, here he is, you see? So what you want to do is, first of all, you have to get it off the paper. So, and this comes right off if you have it on parchment, you see? Just comes right off. If you had done it on a cookie sheet, you would have had to use a spatula and really dig it off, and then you could have ruined it. So now, this looks good. I can turn this off, and I want to bring my rack over, you see? And there it is. And I'm going to take him off now and use this piece of parchment right underneath this. And now I need a clean brush. And I think that looks just about right. So I'm going to take this out. And now I'm going to take my eel and put him right there and bring him to life for you. So I can move this out of the way. So now all you want to do is take some of that jam, you see? And then, look at that. Just gently brush him all over. Now, if you didn't have apricot jam, well, you could use something else. You could use peach, but in Italy, in Perugia, they used apricot. So that's why I'm using it, because I like to stick pretty much to tradition. And look at how beautiful that dresses that up. And, of course, when you eat this, you have this with coffee, or you can have it with wine, and these are just broken up into pieces and then passed around. So I'm going to give him a little bit more. And there, he looks beautiful. Now I can put my baby eel, my mummy chunk, and, is his head still there? Sure is, right in the oven. So in he goes into a 300-degree oven, and there you have it. the eels of Trasimeno. The eels of Trasimeno have been a part of Italy's rich culinary tradition for centuries, and usually you see them at Christmas time. But whether you have them and make them for Christmas, or you have them as a dessert or a simple snack, you must try them. Because when you do, I can guarantee you that as for me, for you they will be a personal culinary triumph. And until I see you nella cucina again, I'm Marianna Esposito. Ciao.
Wrong side of the wrong end of the boat, that's the trouble.
It's a good thing we planned this for this time of day, isn't it?
Well, it is handy. If it was a real hot summery day with no clouds, I think it'd be kind of a...
But I mean, what if it had been low tide? We wouldn't have been able to do this, right?
Yeah, well, this was... we looked at the tide table before we set this one up.
Yes, I remember. Well, naturally, you would do that because you're very thorough about things. So.
If you grow up in the estuary, you kind of learn to live by it.
Yeah, I'm amazed at how much this is still Ciao! I'm Marianna Esposito. You know, whenever I'm in Italy, one of the first places I go to is the Italian seed store. And I usually bring my husband along. And we look and we decide what kinds of seeds we'd like to try in our own garden. And some years we have a really good measure of luck. But others, well, così. Well, today I'd like to show you what you can do with some classic verdure fresche. There's nothing here that's written down.
And with your smile look like Mona Lisa.
Oh golly, gee whiz. The rest of my wine, and don't you love my brush? This is the way they do it in Umbria, of course. Just baste the meat with a rosemary sprig. So that's good. Now the Italians are such happy people because they have happy food. And just keep going like that until you... Ciao. Oh, there's a beauty. It's not quite as big as I'd like it, but that's fennel. And that's called finocchio in Italian, and the Italians love this. It's really an ancient vegetable. And you know, I use the bulbous part here for lots of different things, but the Sicilian way to have this is in a salad, and I want to make that for you. And the leaves I always save for soup. And it smells just like licorice, so I love that. And I want just one more, and I think I'll just take that little one. And I want these really to grow a little bit more than they've grown, but I think it's great that they grew in my garden and I brought those seeds from Italy. And then over here, I've got a few other things that I brought from Italy with me. This is something that really intrigues me. This is called cavolo nero, and it means black cabbage. Doesn't really look like a cabbage, does it? I mean, the leaves do, but there's no cabbage head. And really, I should do this the right way or my husband's going to have my head for this. You want to just take off leaves like that, and you cook this like spinach. So I know what you're saying. How am I going to find this? Well, you're not, but you can cook spinach the way I'm going to use this in a recipe that I'm going to make for you. And you know, even though I planted this, of course, you see that the cabbage worms got to this. But I don't care because I'm going to be just eating this myself, but I'm going to be mixing it with a few other things. So I probably want just a few more leaves, and this is pretty hardy, so it's going to last all summer long and probably into the fall. So again, a little bit of Italy in my garden. And then behind me over here, well, let's see what we've got. Look at this. Now these are zucchini that came from Italy, and everybody's got zucchini in their garden. Maybe not this variety. You see this ridge along here? I think that's pretty neat. And I'm going to cut this off. The one thing I hate about zucchini are the leaves, though. They always itch me, so I want to get this off carefully. Otherwise, my husband's going to have my head again. Look at that. Isn't that nice? And I'm going to use that in a couple different ways. One in a salad that I like to do, and the other mixed with some other vegetables. And then over here, well, it's just a generic squash. It's a yellow squash, actually. You see that? There's one that's all ready to get, and I'm going to get that and take that in too, because that I can mix with my Italian variety. And I just love picking all this stuff. Costanza,
Sì.
hai peperoni rossi nel suo giardino?
Sì.
Posso avere alcuni?
Ma certo, Marianna, cara mia.
Oh, grazie.
Prego.
Well, while Costanza is going to get those red peppers, which I don't have, but she does, you and I need to go nella cucina, where I'm going to show you how to turn these vegetables into something very classic. My philosophy is the minute you have vegetables picked from your garden, you've got to get them in the house and you've got to do something with them immediately. Well, today I'm going to make several fresh vegetable dishes for you. And good old cousin Costanza was good enough to drop off the peppers. And she not only had red peppers, which is what I asked her for, but yellow and green as well. And well, today I'm going to make a red pepper salad for you. And so I want to get these started right away. So these are washed peppers, you see. And I have an assortment now of red, yellow, and green. I'm going to put them in the broiler because I want these literally to get black all over. So that's going to take a little while. So now, while those are broiling, I want to talk to you about some of the other things that I'm going to do. Now here I've got, about 3 or 4 tablespoons of olive oil in a frying pan. Actually, I've got 2 frying pans. I'll tell you about the other one later. And I'm going to put a little garlic in here. About a good tablespoon, because I like garlic, and that's minced garlic. And the first thing I want to do for you is a zucchini dish, because I love zucchini. And so you want to start with a zucchini. Not this one, I'm just kidding, but you see, this is that zucchini, the seeds of which I brought from Italy. And what you have to do now for this dish is you want small zucchini. So zucchini like this grows very rapidly. Any zucchini does. And you got to sleep outside overnight in a tent by your garden to make sure they don't get this big. You want small zucchini, and so here are some types of zucchini. Here's that small version of the big one, the zuccone that I just put down. And now here's just regular old-fashioned zucchini you can buy in the grocery store, and here's some more of it. So now for this dish, I want to cut up some zucchini, you see. So I just take that stem end off, and I've got to keep an eye on my garlic here. And now you just want to cut up pieces like so, you see? Because one of the things I love to make with this is a zucchini salad that you have to bake first. And so what you do is you get a cookie sheet out, like I have here, you see? And on it I've got yellow and green zucchini. And what I've done is I've just basted my cookie sheet with some olive oil, just a thin layer. And then I put in my zucchini. So I'm going to put in, I've got to move that over because I want yellow in between, you see. I like to put yellow and green in this dish because I think it just makes a nice color variation. So you don't have this in your garden or grocery store, so you can use just what you can buy locally. So get it on the tray. Now I've got to watch my garlic here because I don't want that to burn. That's the worst thing. I'm just going to move it off the heat for a minute. And now you want to just give this, just a light brushing of olive oil. Just take some on your brush, see? And just give it a light brushing like this, because now what you want to do with this is just get it a little soft in the oven. You don't want this to be mushy, because vegetables in Italian cooking are much like pasta. They should be cooked al dente. Now this goes into a 350-degree oven, and you want to bake that just until they're soft. So now while that's baking and my peppers are broiling, I can go back to my other zucchini dish. And this is one that really there is no recipe for, so you're just going to have to pay very good attention. And really, when I think about the array of Italian vegetables and how colorful they are, the Italians eat more vegetables than they eat meat, and that's a fact, especially in southern Italy. And so I want to put some of that zucchini that I brought from Italy in here. Now I'll put some of this in, and I'm just going to make a very quick vegetable dish for you. So get some zucchini cut up, and now I think I can put that in. I'm going to lower the heat a little bit, and get your zucchini in your olive oil, you see? Put it in, turn that up just a little bit. And so now if you didn't have yellow, you could just use all green. And this is going to be a very quick dish and a very nice dish for company. Look at that, I even put the stem in. You see, I don't want to waste anything here. I'll throw that out. So that goes in. And then along with this, I want to put in some of those other things that I picked in the garden, remember? And that is some of that cavolo nero. And here it is. That's that black cabbage, the seeds of which I brought from Italy. And of course the bugs got to, but I'm going to use the leaves anyway. So I want some of that. And now, if you didn't have this, well, you could just use spinach. It would work just as well. So I want to take this off the stem. This really reminds me a lot of Swiss chard, which is another vegetable that my grandmother loved to cook. I hated it, as I hated zucchini when I was a kid. But when you get old, things change. And actually, I like zucchini now, and I use it in a number of ways. So put in about as much as you want. I'll probably put in a cup or so. And if you're going to use spinach, you're going to put it in raw, just like I'm going to put in the cabbage raw. So there, and I'm just thrilled that that grew in my garden, the seeds of which I brought from Italy, as I've been telling you. You see, I'm so thrilled about that. So I'm going to give this a little stir. Now I've got to move my oil, my other pan off the burner because it's starting to smoke a little bit. I'm going to lower the heat on that. And now with this, I'm going to want some tomatoes. And here, I've got plum tomatoes because that is the sacred cow of all tomatoes in Italy, the plum tomato. And now you can put in one or two. If you don't have plums, well, you can use something else. I'm just going to cut those up like that. And I think this adds just a nice color to this dish. And just cut it up, you see? Doesn't have to be anything fancy. Just cut it up. And you're going to put that right in with the zucchini. So 2 or 3 if they're small. So in that goes, just like that. See, doesn't that look colorful? And now I'm just going to stir that around a little bit. And really use good olive oil because that's what gives the flavor to this. And the Italians have a very simple philosophy when it comes to cooking vegetables. You don't want to get too elaborate. You just want to give it very basic seasonings. So here's a little coarse black pepper, which I love, and a little bit of salt. See? And now I'm going to stir that around a little bit. And I'm going to put a cover on this now to let this cook a little bit before I put the cabbage in because that's not going to take as long to cook. So let me move that out of the way. I got to go check the peppers and let me see how they're doing. Well, now they're just starting. They are just starting to blacken. You see that? Just starting to blacken. And they have to blacken all over before I can move on to the next thing. So I'm going to let those cook a little bit longer. But now I can go on and make the marinade for the zucchini that's baking in the oven. Doing fine. All right, now for my marinade, I have to start with olive oil again, you see? So for this, you want, about a half a cup. My grandmother used to make this recipe, so, this isn't really something that I made up. And then I'll love balsamic vinegar in this. About 3 good tablespoons. And I've talked to you before about balsamic vinegar. It's a specially aged vinegar that comes from Modena. You can buy it in the grocery store. That's about a 5-year-old vinegar. And then some garlic, a little bit of garlic, you see? Like that, about a tablespoon. And then a little coarse black pepper and some salt. And now you want to put in some fresh herbs. And I like marjoram and thyme in this. And here's some marjoram, and I'm just going to take it off the stem like so. You see? Get it in there. That's from my garden. And I'm going to take that stem out. Just get it in. And I love to use fresh herbs for this kind of thing now because dried herbs just don't have it. And then a little bit of thyme because that's another one of my favorite herbs. So in goes some fresh thyme. And well, if you didn't have these, you could put in some basil. I want a little bit more of that because I don't think I have enough thyme in there. Take that little flower end off. So a little bit more thyme. And I think I need just a little bit more olive oil. That wasn't quite a half a cup. A little bit more olive oil goes in. And I'm going to let that sit aside because I have to see how we're doing here. Yes! Looks beautiful. And now I'm going to add the black cabbage. So in it goes. If you don't have black cabbage, you're putting in spinach, remember? So now I'm going to put the cover on. I wish you could smell this. It's absolutely wonderful. And let that cook down a little bit. So now I could put in a little bit of basil if I wanted to. So here's some fresh basil. Always use fresh basil because dried basil is absolutely useless. So in that goes, you see. And that's all there is to it. And you really want to get this marinade made ahead before you get that zucchini put into the oven. Now let me go back and see how we're doing on the peppers. Well, they're coming along. You see, they're getting there, but they still have a ways to go. All right, so now I'm going to let that cook. And now I'm going to get the rest of that oil heated in my other frying pan because now I want to get some bread slices fried in oil. And let's see here how we're doing on this zucchini. Well, okay, they're cooking. I've had one pan cooking in here, and I want to bring that out for you now because they're just about where they should be. You see how nice they look? And now this gets put hot right in the marinade. What I like to do is just take a green and a yellow and a green and a yellow, and I keep alternating like that. And you really want to put this in hot. This is a trick that my grandmother taught me how to do. So keep getting it in like so. I put 2 green ones in, but that's okay. And that's really hot on my hands. And keep going like this. And you want to fill up the entire dish. Whoops. I don't want to lose him. And in it goes. Keep making a nice layer of zucchini. Now I've got to go back and check this. See how nicely that's wilting down? Very nice, but it still has just a little ways to go. But look at how nice and colorful that is. And now over here, I've got to get these bread slices fried. So I'm going to turn that up a little bit. Now I'm using homemade bread, something that I call pane casarecchio. And you just want to fry the bread lightly on both sides. So now back to this. So keep layering, and if you want to do green and yellow alternating, do it. I'm just going to put the rest in here for you just so that you get the idea of what to do. And then after you've got this all layered up like this, well then you want to let this sit at room temperature. You really don't want to serve this for a few hours because you want all that the herbs and the balsamic vinegar and the olive oil to mingle and to marinate. So there. So when you get it in a pan like that, then move what you have left aside. Cover this with a piece of plastic wrap and just leave it somewhere at room temperature. And every once in a while, go back with a brush and just brush it with the juices that are in the pan. So I'm going to move that aside. And now I think I can take this out. This is absolutely fabulous. It's just about ready. Let me see here. Now, look at how gorgeous that is. And you just take that right onto a serving dish. You see how beautiful that looks. And the last thing you want to give that is a little sprinkling of cheese. And this is Romano. So put some Romano cheese over, or whatever other kind of cheese you have. And that's all ready for the eating. So I'm going to leave that back here. And now I've got to go back to my bread and see how that's doing. I think it's time to turn it. And I'm just going to turn it with my hands. Yes, you don't want to burn it. You just want to get it so that it's nicely browned on both sides. So now while that's browning, I got to look at my peppers because I think they're getting there, you see, and I have to keep rotating these. As they brown, I just have to keep rotating them, so they have to still cook a little while longer. So then, after you've got the bread browned, well then you want to take it out and you want to put it onto some, brown paper to drain, because this will be used later with our zucchini salad. So take it out, put it on a piece of paper like I'm doing, and just let it drain. Now let me show you what to do with that fennel that I got out of the garden, because I want to make a Sicilian salad for you that was often on the table at home. And it started with oranges. And so you have to use, if you were doing this Sicilian style, you'd be using something called blood oranges, or tarocchi in Italian. But they're very hard to get, and I've only seen them a few times in this country. So I substitute navel oranges for this. So for, let's say, 6 people, you want to have an orange per person, so 6 oranges. So there's one that I've cut up, just you want to cut them into 1/4 inch slices. And then have a platter ready, you see, like this. And then what you want to do is just layer the oranges on the dish, like so. Make sure you take out all of the seeds. And now this is a salad that was often used after a big heavy meal, or a meal where you had a number of different flavors. If you had garlic, or if you had, let's say, a fish dish, well, this salad was considered a digestivo, or something that you would have after the main meal. So we always serve it after the main meal. So put your oranges on a nice decorative dish, because this is something that's going to marinate now, also in the refrigerator, and you want to serve it after it's marinated several hours. So now, there are my oranges. So then, the next thing you want is that fennel. And now here is my fennel that I took out of the garden, you see. And this part is used in salads, and it's used raw. Sometimes the outer stalks of this is tough, and you have to use it for soup. But this is a nice tender one, as you can see. And now this has a licorice flavor, and either you love it or you hate it. And oftentimes I use the leaves, the top part here, in soup. So then you want to take and just sprinkle that, you see. This is a very fast salad to compose. So get that on there. And then after that, you want to use some of those leaves, because that's wonderful, and that has a very nice flavor. And I just take a little bit of that off, you see, like that, and then I just snip it on. Just snip it right over the salad. And you know what? I smell those peppers, and I have to go back and check those just to make sure. So I'm not done with this salad yet, but let me go check my peppers and see how they're doing. Now, let's see. They're getting there, but they're not quite there yet. You see, that yellow one still has a little ways to go, so I'm going to let that keep cooking while I finish this salad for you. So now, after that, well, then you want to add some of these wonderful oil-cured olives. And this is an olive that's very, very tart. And I remember my grandmother Saporito always putting these in her salads, and I used to just always pucker my lips whenever I had this. So you want to sprinkle a little bit of those black olives over the top, because that gives it a very nice color. And then all you need is a little bit of salt, you see, oh, maybe a teaspoon, and a little bit of coarse black pepper. And then after you've got all that on, well, then you want to put on olive oil. And I would say for 6 oranges like this, you want, about a half a cup of olive oil. So drizzle it on just like that. And sometimes we had a little bit of wine vinegar drizzled over that, but this is an option now. You can leave the wine vinegar off, just a little drizzle here and there. And then cover that, put it in the refrigerator. And then when you want to serve it, take it out a couple hours before you're ready to serve it, and let it come to room temperature. Now I really have to go over and get those peppers, so let me see how we're doing here. And now I think they're just about ready to come out. Well, you see how my red ones have come, and let me see that yellow one. I think I can take that out, so I'm going to take it out, and the way to do it is to get yourself a bag, just a paper bag, and then take the peppers, you see, and just gently, because they may fall apart, take them and put them in the bag. And the whole point of this is to allow the pepper to cool down. So when you have it in the bag, then I'm just going to put it under there to cool, because I'm going to bring up one that I have already cooled for you. So let me get rid of this. And now, while those peppers are cooling, after they've cooled, well, then you want to take them over to a sink. And when you're able to handle them, take them out of the bag. And you see, here's a red pepper now that has cooled down. I'd say this is going to take about 20 minutes. And then get some water going and start to peel off the skin, you see? And it should come off fairly easy. Now you may have to to play with this a little while, and you want to do all the peppers the same way. And now if you didn't want to use a broiler pan for this, well, you could do this on an outdoor grill. That's very Italian also, to grill the peppers outside. So get all the skin off the way I'm doing, and then take out the top stem part, you see? And then just open the pepper and get out all of those seeds. You really want to get all the seeds out, because now we're going to make a marinated salad. No, I just lost a little piece. So there. And then after that, you want to dry the pepper off on a towel. So dry them off, because now you're going to be putting them in oil, you see. So now there's my one pepper that I've done for you, and here's some more, the yellow and the red and the green. And now you can start making a salad, a very nice salad. So now, let me show you how that goes. It's my dish, and now with this, I'm going to have fresh mozzarella cheese. So take your peppers, and now you just want to chop them up, you see. And often when I do this, of course, I think of the Italian flag. So I put a red pepper down, and then I might get a yellow, although the colors of the Italian flag are red, white, and green, but I haven't seen a white pepper anywhere. So on goes the yellow, you see, like that. And then you can alternate with some green. There's some green. And then what's really nice with this, of course, is this fresh mozzarella. And now this is cow's milk mozzarella, and it's got a very mild flavor. But if you were in Italy, you would be having this from the water buffalo, you see? And now you can put pieces of cheese on like so. And you keep going like this. Keep adding another layer of peppers and more cheese. And then you want to give that just a little bit of pepper and a little bit of salt. And then a drizzle of olive oil, you see, just like that. And then to dress that up even a little bit more, I like to add some fresh basil. So you could get some fresh basil, you see, and just snip it right over the salad. So there you have it. Verdure fresche alla moda Marianna. Now here is our marinated zucchini salad, all ready to go over that fried bread that we did in olive oil. A wonderful appetizer. And of course, one of my favorites, the Sicilian orange salad that now only needs a small addition of chopped walnuts. And of course, that medley of fresh zucchini from the garden, along with the black cabbage that I made for you. And one of my favorites, the roasted red pepper salad with the fresh mozzarella cheese, an artist's palette of fresh Italian vegetables. And until I see you nella cucina again, I'm Marianna Esposito. Ciao. Ciao, I'm Marianna Esposito, and today I'm in the north end of Boston, one of my very favorite places. And when I come here, I come with a mind full of ingredients that I need to buy for some of my very favorite Italian dishes. But I also come to renew acquaintances to first, second, and even third generation Italians who have kept the secrets of good old-fashioned Italian cooking alive. And today I'm on my way to visit Joe Pace because he has just the things I need to make a very ancient bread. Dad, Ellen, Marianne, making the recipe. There's nothing here that's written down.
And with your smile look like Mona Lisa.
Oh golly, gee whiz. The rest of my wine, and don't you love my brush? This is the way they do it in Umbria, of course. Just baste the meat with a rosemary sprig. So that's good. Now the Italians are such happy people because they have happy food. And just keep going like that until you... Ciao. Shopping for food in Boston's North End is my idea of Dante's paradise. No matter what I need, somebody, somewhere has it. Today I'm visiting Joe Pace and Sons grocery store. And if it's Italian you're cooking, chances are Joe's got it.
Right, not a semolina, just a regular white flour, bread
Well, now,
flour.
that's a really interesting bread. It's huge.
This is a wonderful bread because it's a round bread. As you can see, that's a hole in it.
Right.
And it's able to cook evenly
Yeah,
because
look at
it's
that.
right. It's
Really
nice
nice
and
and
solid
crusty.
and very, very crusty. It's an excellent bread.
Of course, you know, in Italian breads, there's all kinds of shapes and varieties and sizes, and there's some very old breads. And this bread that you have here, this round bread, what do you call this?
This is some type of flat torta that I picked up that somebody was looking for, and it's a special
Geez,
type
I
of
wonder
bread.
if it could have been me, because you know what? I want to make a bread called torta sul testo. Do you know that one?
No, I'm not familiar.
Well, you know, of course, every region of Italy has different breads, and the torta sul testo comes from Umbria. And it's a bread like this, but a little smaller. You know, this is made on a stone, or in a stone oven, I would think.
Stone oven, yes,
Well,
it
the
is.
bread that I'm going to make is also made on a stone.
Wow.
And, you know, I'd like to take this home,
Well, let's put it aside
but
for
I
you.
also want to get some prosciutto. So do you have any today?
I
Any
have
good?
3 different brands, and they're
Okay.
beautiful. Would you like to sample
Yeah,
some?
yeah.
Come on, let's go.
All of those look beautiful.
Yeah,
so.
these are the prosciutto, the 3 kinds I was telling you
Yeah.
about. The bottom one being Parma prosciutto,
Mm-hmm.
that's made in Parma. Just recently, about 1.5 years ago, it's allowed to come back into the country.
Right,
This is the most expensive.
right.
Then we go into a bone-in prosciutto that we bone on premises over here. This is very similar to the Italian style, very good quality,
Mm-hmm.
medium price. And we go to a deli classic, which is more like a capicolo prosciutto, and this is the most reasonable. And as we show you that I slice some,
Oh,
this
neat.
is the Parma prosciutto.
I should taste that,
Yeah,
huh?
please.
Because the Parma prosciutto is really my favorite. Whenever I'm in Italy, I try to have this.
You know,
This
that's
is a
not
delicate product.
it's got a very sweet taste. It's not too salty. It's very,
Mm-hmm. It's very
nice.
mild. Of
Right.
course, a prosciutto can vary from place to place in Italy, right?
That's right. But the Parma prosciutto is supposedly the best
It's the
of all
best.
in the world.
That is good.
This is the bone-in that comes in a
I
bone.
might as well try this
Please
too.
do. See if
Just
you
a
can
little
tell me
piece.
the difference in taste. This is a medium-priced prosciutto.
Oh, that's a little stronger.
It's stronger in taste because it's cured in the bone and it's a little more salty.
A little saltier, definitely.
And this one here is what you call a deli cut, more
Okay.
like a prosciutto
Let me try
capicolo. And this beans a little stronger than all 3, not as delicate as this or the Parma.
Well, I'll tell you what.
What do you think?
I still like the prosciutto di Parma the best. And that's because the pigs are fed on acorns, right?
Acorns in the way of Parmesan cheese, Reggiano.
That's right.
You need some Parmigiano today?
You know, that's right. I still need that for the torta.
Sure.
So I need some Parmesan. Yes, I
Okay.
do.
All
Okay,
right.
great. It's got
Okay,
a nice
and,
taste.
how's
Slightly
that?
salty, but really good.
And then we'll give you a piece of the pecorino romano. You're going to blend these two, Marianna, or you're going to use them differently?
I'm going to grate these two up, and I'm going to use them as part of my filling for a torta. The torta I'm going to make.
Oh, you're going to make torta. That's
Yeah,
right. You were telling me.
I know.
Okay.
Whenever I come here, I can find what I need.
And also one thing that I see you make all the time, you need some mascarpone.
I
to
need
make
mascarpone.
tiramisu.
He knows. Okay. All right, I'll take some mascarpone
Okay.
home too.
This is excellent mascarpone. This is the best you can buy. And by that, you also need some
I
Saviaggi
need to
cookies.
have, yes, I need to have the lady fingers.
I'm glad you
That's-
came in because you're going to
Jeez.
make my day today.
You're going to have
a
me in
lot
the
of
kitchen
sales,
too
okay?
long. Too long. Okay, well, have I got everything? I think I do.
Yeah, you mentioned that you were going to make some torta, so I picked this
Right.
up at the market this morning for you, some fresh spinach.
What a neat guy. A bucket load of spinach. Just what I need, thanks. I really can use that. So
Okay,
I've
let
got
me-
everything?
I think you got everything.
Okay.
Let me wrap this up
While
for you.
you're
okay?
wrapping that up, we need to wrap this up. And you and I need to go nella cucina, where I'm going to show you how to make torta sul testo. I think Joe Pace thinks I'm really going to use all that spinach that he gave me. Did you see the size of that bucket? Well, you know, when I was a kid, I really didn't like spinach that much, but now I do. And the one thing to remember if you have fresh spinach is that you want to clean it really well, you see, because it's gritty, so you've got to get all that sand out of it. So I've been cleaning this for a little while now, and I think mine's pretty clean because I'll tell you, unclean spinach is the pits. Now, when it is clean, well, then what you want to do is put it into a pan without any water. And so I've got here, oh, this is a lot of spinach, and I'm going to get it all in there, I think, a little bit all over the stove, but that's okay. We get that all in there, and I'm going to cook this now without any extra water in my pan on about medium-high heat. And we'll let that cook, oh, maybe about 3 or 4 minutes, and just let it wilt down. Now, that's the way my grandmother used to cook spinach, not in boiling water. And when you're done, you'll have something that looks like this. And that is ready to be drained. So I've got to take this over to the sink, and I need my colander now. So over that goes. And that's really still a little too hot for me to handle. So I'm going to let that cool down now because I want to show you a very interesting recipe today, something that comes from central Italy, a region known as Umbria. And I had this a while back, and I really think it's a very nice recipe. So to do it, I want to make a filling first. So I'm going to start with, heating up a little olive oil in a frying pan. So I want, maybe about, I'd say 2 tablespoons. And I'm using extra virgin olive oil because that's what I like to cook with. And you know that that comes from the very first pressing of the olives. Now for the filling, I want to use a little bit of prosciutto. And Joe let me taste an awful lot of the different types that he had. And today I want, about 1/4 pound. That's about 6 slices, and these are very thin slices, so I'm just going to grab a little. Now all I want to do here is give this just a very coarse chop, nothing fancy. I'm going to get my heat up here a little bit on my olive oil. And what I'm going to do is just cook the prosciutto in the olive oil until it starts to crisp up a little bit. So that looks pretty good. So this is nothing fancy about this filling. It's just something that's very simple but very good. So in that goes, and I'm going to let that cook a little while. And you see, while I'm cooking that, well, then I can go back and check my spinach. So I'm going to let this heat up in the olive oil. Now let me see about the spinach. Well, I think I've got to squeeze a lot more water out of this. Let me show you. You know, spinach has about 90% water in it. And maybe you can see the water that's coming out of here. And I had, about 1.25 pounds of spinach to start with. And this is going to really drain out to be, about 2 cups, which is what I'm going to need for this recipe. So this still needs to drain a lot more. And if that was cooler, I could put my hands into it, but I can't. So while it's still cooling a little bit, I'm going to grate my cheese. Now, in this recipe, I want to put a little bit of some Romano cheese. Now, Romano is a sheep's milk cheese, and it has a very salty taste. So I'm not going to add any extra salt to my filling. So here's my cheese. I just want to grate up, maybe about 3 or 4 tablespoons of cheese. And boy, does that smell good already. Actually, I should just break this up a little bit because I've got too much cheese here now. So about 6 or 3 tablespoons, actually, of cheese to go into the filling. If you don't want to put the cheese in, you don't have to. And I like to do this on a cheese grater because I think doing it in a food processor just breaks down the oils in the cheese too much. Plus, you get a nice workout for your biceps. Okay, so there's my cheese. Now let me see how we're doing here. This looks really good, and you really want that to crisp up, you see. So I'm going to let that cook a little longer, and now I'm going to go back to this spinach. And I still have to get this water out. So I'm not going to fool around anymore. Nope, I'm just using my hands and just getting all of that water out. And you see, this is really the ancient way to do it, with your hands. So I think that's pretty good. Maybe one more press. Okay. That's good. Now, I've got to chop this up. So I'm going to put this out on my board. Get rid of this. Now, for the spinach, all you want to do is cut that up coarsely too. So, just give it a little chop. And I probably could have gotten just a little bit more water out of this, but I don't think this is going to matter. And that looks good. And now let me see how we're doing here. All right. Smells wonderful. So now I'm going to lower the heat a little bit and add the spinach. So in that goes. Doesn't this look good already? And this is good for you and a great way to get your iron intake for the day. So mix that up well. And then you can add a little bit of coarse black pepper. I really like that in this dish because this is sort of now a very nice spicy filling to go inside of a fairly plain bread. So that looks pretty good. I'm going to get that down even lower and add some coarse black pepper. So, maybe about a good teaspoon, teaspoon and a half. And then at the very end, I can add my cheese. I can just turn off the heat and add my cheese. Now you see, that didn't take very long at all, you see. Now this is really good for you and it's not fattening either. So here's my cheese. I'm just going to dump that in and move that around a little bit. And it's just very colorful. And now we're going to let that cool down a little bit because we don't want to put that into our bread while it's hot. So I'm just going to move that to this back to cool a little bit. And when it's cooled, let me show you what that looks like. And there it is, all nice and cooled down and ready to be put into the torta part. So now it's time to make that torta. And I should really let you in on the secret, right? What is a torta? Well, a torta translates to pie in Italian, but in this case, we're using it as a bread, a torta sul testo. And testo means a bread made on a stone, and in this case, a flatbread. Now, when you think about it, the earliest breads were made from flour and water that were mixed together. And then stones were heated, much like this, until they were very hot. And the little rounds of dough that were made from flour and water were put on the stone and cooked, and those became the first breads. Well, we've sort of graduated today to something like this. This is a bake stone, and it's really just unglazed clay. And you can put this in the base of your oven to create some really wonderful breads. And all you do is really put it in the base of your oven. And you can buy these anywhere, really. And then you want to heat that oven to a really high temperature. And then when you're ready to make the bread, you put it right on the stone. And you would be surprised what a beautiful crust that will create, and the texture will be wonderful. Well, you don't need either of those today, but if you have a skillet, that would be handy for the recipe we're making today, because today I'm using just an ordinary skillet like this. And this is my old beat-up Teflon coated one. But if you don't have a skillet like this, which is electric, you could do this on top of your stove. But I like to use this because I can regulate the heat just a little better. All right, so now that you know that, you need to know how to make the torta. And that starts with flour. So here I have, about 3½ cups of unbleached flour. Now I told you this was a flat bread, and this recipe comes from Umbria. And the Umbrians add just a little bit of baking soda, and that's going to give this bread just a tiny rise. Tiny now, not very much. So to the flour goes the baking soda. And then you just want to mix that up real well so that the baking soda is really distributed throughout the flour. So that's easy. And then after you have the dry ingredients mixed, try to be a little neater than I am, then you want to add an egg. So 1 egg and, some olive oil. And I'm using extra virgin olive oil because I like to use that in all of my cooking. And I want about, 3 tablespoons. I'm just going to eyeball this for you. There, that looks like about 3 tablespoons. And then some more of that Romano cheese. And here I've got about 6 tablespoons of grated Romano. So in that goes. And all you want to do is give that a little mix, you see, because you're going to add this right to that flour. So just beat it up a little bit. And really, when I had this in Umbria, I thought this was such a neat recipe because it was so easy to do, but it was really very impressive when it was finished. So now that can go right into my flour. In it goes. And all I want to do now is just mix that up, and I'm going to do that a mano. So get your hands in there and just distribute that egg and cheese and olive oil mixture. And that olive oil and cheese gives a very nice flavor to this dough, because now you remember we made that spinach and prosciutto filling, which is a little bit spicy, and the bread really is pretty plain, but I think the combination is very nice together. So that looks pretty good. It's coarse. And now you want to add some water. And here you're going to need, oh, maybe a half a cup, maybe a little bit more. So I just add a little bit at a time, but about a half a cup. So start adding the water gradually. And again, this is like making bread with yeast, except we're not using any yeast, but the principles are the same. You want to be able to have a ball of dough that you can take out of the bowl in one clump and work into a smooth dough. So I know that this is still just a little bit too dry, so I need more water. And I've already used a good half cup of water. But that was a dinky egg that I put in there. And really, for this recipe, you should have a large egg, but eggs are relative, the size of them, that is. So now really work this. And if it still seems too dry, well, you need more water. So now I think I've got just about enough. And I do, because that's holding together very nicely. Okay, now I can take that out. And I'm going to put that on a floured board. So get it together in your bowl. Now I've got to make some room here. And get some flour out. And here's my little stash. And on that goes. And now I can take this out, you see. There's my dough. And now I have to knead this until it's nice and smooth. And you see, you want a dough that doesn't stick to your hands, and something that's going to be easy to roll out into the round shapes that you want. And I think I may have to just put a little bit more flour on my board, but knead with the palm of your hand and turn the dough as I'm doing until you have something that's nice and soft. And that's going to take you, oh, about 5 or 10 minutes to do. And then surprisingly enough, if you put that over to the side and put a bowl over the top of it, it'll be a little easier to roll if you go back to it in about 10 minutes. So there's my ball that needs to hang around a little while on the board. And here's one that's all ready to go. So I can work with this. And you see how nice and soft that is. So now I need just a little bit more flour. So I need more flour on my board. Isn't this simple? This is really a very simple recipe. And now, what I like to do to this is sort of just roll it out. And I'm going to make 6 breads out of this. So I'm going to cut that up. And I'm just going to do a couple for you. And you'll get the idea, and put the rest over to the side. Now, what you want to do is create a round, you see. So on your floured surface, take your little rolling pin and roll them out. Now, you don't want these to be perfect. They should be primitive, because after all, they're supposed to be a recreation of a very old bread. So just give it a turn every now and then. You see how nicely that rolls out. And that's about what I want. Now comes the fun part. Because in Umbria, I like to ask questions. And when I was there, they made a design on the breads with a wine glass. And what they did was just make circles. You see? Overlapping circles. Now don't go so deep that you're going to cut right through the dough. I know, because I've done it. So just overlapping circles. And I once asked, well, why do you need the circles? And the answer is eternità, because of eternity. And when you think about it, a circle is a round, and a round has no beginning and no end. So now I need to give it a few little fork marks. So just a few. And that helps to keep this dough from puffing up, because after all, it does have a little baking soda in it. And you see the design is on the other side. So now that can go in my skillet, and it goes in a dry skillet. So I turn that up, to about 350, 375, and put it face down in the skillet to cook. So now, maybe I can do just one more very quickly for you. So that was to roll it out into a round, and as I say, make that rather primitive. This makes such a nice presentation when it's finished. And then, oh, that's a really bad round. Get that glass, make those impressions, and remember, it's because of eternity that you're doing this. And listen, this is not a recipe that's going to take eternity to do, I can tell you that. So that goes in. Now, while those are cooking, let me show you what they're like when they're cooked. And here they are. And you see how beautiful they look. And they have retained their impression, you see. And they're very nicely cooked on the other side. And you just want these to be pale, and they pick up those little brown spots as they cook. So now, I got to show you what that looks like when it's ready to be filled. But first I have to clean off my board because we wouldn't want to be a slob in the kitchen. So down that goes. And remember that filling. Well, here it is. And now, I need to make this look pretty for you. So I just take these, and then I cut them, you see, in half, like so. And you can get 2 sandwiches out of one. And then I take a little bit of that filling, and I put it right on top, like that. Notice how neat I am. I'm not getting spinach anywhere. The worst place to have it, of course, is on your teeth. But I know you'll be very neat when you eat these. And then you just put the tops on, you see, like so. It makes a very nice little sandwich. And that's all there is to torta sul testo. Now let me see how these are doing. I want to flip this one over. And there, you see how nicely that's cooking? And it's just nicely browned the way I want it. And there's the other one. So now, that's one. Let me just fill one more for you. So now you have the idea of what to do. So just cut them in half. And now you could make these smaller if you wanted to. You could make them into cocktail size. And isn't this something that's nicer than having, let's say, cheese and crackers for a party? You bring out these and your guests are going to go, well, what are those? And you can just say, a snack for eternity. So the top goes on, like so. And I wish you could be here to have one of these. So you're just going to have to try making them yourself. Now let me see how we're doing here. And you see this isn't taking very long at all. Well, that's got just a few seconds to go. So now you know the secret to torta sul testo. So I hope you'll make some and enjoy them the way I do. Now, let's just pretend that you were going to have lunch with me today. And how would I serve you that wonderful torta sul testo that I just made? Well, I'd probably start by giving you at least 3 nice, hefty pieces of that, because one just isn't going to do it. And then I'd have other things with this. I'd probably have some fruit, like some cantaloupe, and then maybe some grapes. Green, of course, you have to have a few red with that also. And then I'd probably have some of that Romano cheese that we put in the filling and also in the dough. And now when I look at that, it really brings back wonderful memories for me of the days that I spent in Umbria. And something as simple as this, a bread made on a stone, turns out to be so elegant. So I hope you'll try this bread that has its roots in antiquity. And until I see you, Nella Cucina, again, this is Marianne Esposito. Ciao.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Very good work.
Ciao, I'm Marianna Esposito.
And I'm Karen Webster.
And today, stiamo facendo una passeggiata. We're taking a nice, leisurely little stroll. And now the passeggiata is something that you'd find Italians doing every day in Italy. It's a chance for you to be with your old friends, or maybe meet some new ones. And it's also a chance to catch up on all the news of the day. And maybe, just maybe, you're in the mood for uno piccolo spuntino, a little snack, in which case you want to stop by a nearby bar or cafe with your friends. So I don't know about you, Karina, but I do smell the espresso. What do you say?
Let's go get some.
Hey, the heck with the diet. Dad, Ellen, Marianne. Recipe, there's nothing here that's written down.
And with your smile look like Mona Lisa.
Oh golly, gee whiz. The rest of my wine, and don't you love my brush? This is the way they do it in Umbria, of course. Just baste the meat with a rosemary sprig. So that's good. Now, the Italians are such happy people because they have happy food. And just keep going like that until you... Ciao. Finding time to relax in a busy city like Boston is like finding a needle in a haystack, but it can be done. One of the most popular and inexpensive ways to relax is to go to an espresso house like Cafe dello Sport. It's a place to sip a little coffee, taste a little pastry, have some conversation, and simply watch the world go by. Allison, ciao.
Ciao, Marianne. Ciao, Karen.
How's it going today?
Good. How are you?
Well, we're just fine. And you know what? We smelled you making espresso out there. So I think we want two.
Two espresso.
Okay, great. Yeah, I want mine with a little bit of milk, okay?
Certainly.
So now, Allison, I bet you have some neat desserts to go with that today?
Certainly do.
What do
we
you
have
got?
chocolate-covered cannolis and plain cannolis. We also have tiramisu cake and in the cup.
Well, my dear, I think I'm going to try the elegant tiramisu in the cake version, okay? Make that two, because I'm sure Karen will like that too.
Sure.
So it sounds like you're real busy in here, huh?
It has been. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's doing pretty good all day
Great.
long. Yeah. Okay.
All right, it didn't take you long to whip that up.
No. Very quick. Espresso is quick, but it's strong.
This will give me a little bit of forte for later on.
I want to
Thanks,
pick you right
Allison.
up. You're welcome, Marianne.
Guess what I just ordered for you?
What did you get?
I got you a piece of tiramisu.
Tiramisu. What is tiramisu?
Well, tiramisu is a very elegant Italian dessert.
Oh,
You know what it
Italian.
means?
What?
It means to pick yourself up.
Oh, great.
And here it is.
Oh, thank you.
Thanks, Allison.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Bon
Oh.
appetit.
Grazie. Now I'm going to let you try this first.
Oh, I can hardly wait. Pick me up.
Dig
Oh,
in.
boy.
Oh. Well, what
What's
do you
in
think?
it?
Well, actually, it's made with lady fingers and a nice cheese called mascarpone, a little espresso, a little liqueur, some cocoa. It's really elegant, and the Italians love it.
Oh, I'd love to make something like this.
Well, you can, and so can you. If you come nella cucina with me, where I'm going to show you how to make a classic tiramisu. As I promised you, today all your dreams are going to come true because we're making tiramisu. Isn't that clever? And you know, tiramisu is really a nice dessert and means pick-me-up in Italian because of all the little neat ingredients that are in here. And I want to show you how to make the base for tiramisu. So you have to start with eggs. And here I've got 4 egg yolks in a bowl, but I really want 6, so I have to separate my eggs, and I really want these eggs to be at room temperature. So I want my whites in one bowl, and I want my yolks in another. And now, when you separate eggs, you have to be real careful because the egg whites are going to have to be beaten later on, you see. And you don't want any of the white, or any of the yolk rather, in your egg whites. Otherwise, you're going to have egg whites that aren't going to beat very well. So once you've done that, once you've separated the eggs, the 6 eggs that have been separated, well then put the whites aside and work with the yolks first. So here are my yolks, and now what I want to do is beat these until they become light, and I want to add a little sugar. So here I've got, a half a cup plus 2 tablespoons of sugar, and I just want to add that gradually, a little bit at a time, because the success to making the lady fingers, or the savoiardi, as they're called in Italian, is to make sure that the sugar is well incorporated into those egg yolks. And of course, as you add the sugar, the egg yolks start to lighten up some. So you really want them to be lemon colored and just fluff up a little bit. So there's my sugar. And now I really want to make sure that that's well incorporated. And I'm using a little hand mixer here, but you could use an electric mixer if you wanted to. So now that's looking very good. And I know that I need just maybe a few seconds more, because I can feel the sugar in the base of the bowl. And I want to make sure that I've gotten that mixed in very well. So you see how nice and light those look now. So that looks pretty good. So there. Now I can set this aside, you see, and work on the egg whites. No, I can't. The next thing I have to do is add the flour. You see, I'm so excited about this, I'm forgetting what I'm doing. So here I've got a cup of flour. This is just unbleached regular flour, and I've spooned it into my measuring cup. I don't want to pack the flour in, but now I want to sift it a little bit. I really want this to be light. So you can use a hand sifter, you can use this. So I'm going to put a little bit of flour in, and again, beat this mixture, you see, and I just sort of hit it against my mixer and tap a little bit of flour into the mixture as I go. Now, this is going to take a little bit of time to do. This is the kind of a dessert that you don't really want to rush. It takes you a little bit of time to make it, but I'll tell you, it's well worth it at the end. And oftentimes, when I make this, I think, oh, I've really got to hurry along here, and I'll really rush this part of it, but you really don't want to do that. Now, as I add the flour, you see what's happening. I'm getting it over the side, for one thing, but what's happening is I'm getting a very thick mixture. And as soon as I get this all in, I'm going to move my beaters around so I get every bit of this flour well incorporated into my bowl. So now I am in a hurry, so I'm just dumping the rest in. Okay, so now I can move this around, you see, and get that well mixed up. And this is a little exercise for your arms, because this is very thick, as you can see. I'm going to turn that up now. And that looks pretty good. Now if I can just get it off the beaters, and it's coming. Yes, it is. There we go. Okay. All right. There. Now that I have it everywhere, that's what I want. Fairly thick. Now I'm going to get the rest of that flour mixed in, because I want to make sure that that's well blended. And you see how thick that is now. So now, after you've done this, then you can put the bowl aside and work on the egg whites. And here they are, behold them, and they are 6, as I said. Now, they're at room temperature, and they're in a copper bowl. And really, if you know anything about egg whites, you know that egg whites should be beaten in a copper bowl. Something about the copper ions mixing with the egg whites. But if you don't have a copper bowl, do this in a stainless steel bowl. But don't do it in a glass bowl, because the egg whites tend to slip down a little. So now, I want to beat these until they're stiff. And really, the old way to do this is to use this, you see, a hand whisk. And if you did that, it would take you forever. But that's the old-fashioned way. But today I'm doing it the modern way. And that's to use this hand mixer. So now you see how they have fluffed up some, but they're nowhere near as stiff as I want them. I got to change hands now because my arm is beginning to hurt a little bit. So there, and now I can change again. And now this is going to take maybe about a minute to do. don't want to rush this. Again, piano, piano. And they're coming along very nicely. And now, you want these to be stiff enough so that they won't collapse. What I'm actually doing here is just beating in a lot of air into the egg whites. And now they're almost there, but I want them to be perfect. So you're just going to have to bear with me until I think they're perfect. There. I think that's about right, but I'm going to test it just to be sure. And you see how they just stand up on my spatula. That means that they're ready to go. Okay, so now we're ready for the next step, you see, and that's to bring back this egg yolk, sugar, and flour mixture. And now you want to put this in here. You want to do what's called folding. And you want to put a little bit of the egg whites in at a time, you see. And now you want to make sure that you take your spatula and bring it up over around the egg whites. And as you do, what will happen is that you're going to lighten up this batter because this is pretty thick to move at the moment. So bring the spatula underneath and up. And now this is a part that I don't like to rush because I don't want to deflate these egg whites. And sometimes I'm in a hurry and I want this to get done as quickly as possible, but then I think to myself, do I want a ladyfinger that's going to look like a flat foot pad? No. I want something that's going to be nice and high when it comes out of the oven. So there's more egg white. And again, continue to fold. And now if this seems boring to you, well, you can always go to the store and get these. These are store-bought ladyfingers. So you don't even have to do this if you don't want to. So if you want to go to the store and buy these, you can. Now let me see. I've got a little bit more here. I'm going to get all that in now, the rest of it. You see. And now I can finish this process. So continue to fold. And actually this looks pretty good already, doesn't it? I'll just flip that back in because I don't want any of this to be lost. And now after I finish this, I'm going to put this mixture through a pastry bag to form the savoiardi, or the ladyfingers. But if you don't have a pastry bag, you could do this with 2 spoons. It's going to take you a little longer, and they're probably not going to look as even, but so what? These are going to go in the base of a bowl, and they're going to get covered up for the most part, so it isn't that critical. Now you see, I still have batter on the base here that isn't incorporated, so I'm just going to take my good old time until this is where I want it. And what you want to achieve here are no streaks of white. Oh, I can hear my mother telling me this. Whenever she did this, I would say, could I have a turn? And she'd say, now be careful, no streaks of egg white are to remain everywhere. So in case she's watching, I better do this right. So there, I think that's pretty good. Don't yell, Mom, if this doesn't look just exactly the way you would do it. But what I don't want to do is deflate these egg whites. So that looks pretty good. So now we're ready to form those. And to do it, you need a cookie sheet, you see? And here's a cookie sheet, and you can either grease it with butter, or you could use parchment paper. And parchment paper prevents these cookies from sticking. So I want that. And then I want a pastry bag. And now this is just an old beat-up pastry bag that I use at home for a lot of different things, and it's great for making ladyfingers. But if you don't have a pastry bag, you can use 2 spoons, like I said. So then just put it in something that's going to prop it up. And now here's my batter. Let me bring that over. And now what I want to do is carefully put some of that right in my bag, you see? I don't want to deflate these egg whites because I want my ladyfingers to come out nice and high. So now don't put so much in the bag that it's all going to squish out the top. So just enough to get yourself going. And then, of course, later on you can go back and refill the bag. So there. I think I've got just about enough in there. Now what you want to do is bring up the top of the bag, you see, like this. And then just squeeze it. And then bring it out and twist the top. And then very gently on your cookie sheet, then you want to begin pressing out the ladyfingers. And I'm making mine, about 1.5 to 2 inches long. You can make them as long as you want, but it all depends, of course, on the mold that you're going to be using. So with a little pressure on your hand, just form them on your parchment paper or your greased cookie sheet and give them enough room, you see, because they're going to spread out a little bit as they cook. And you see how easy that is, and actually this is a lot of fun to do. So just a couple more here, and there. I think you get the idea. So now they just need one more thing, and that is, a little sprinkling of sugar. And here what I've got is just a combo of confectioner's sugar and granulated sugar. You need about 2 tablespoons of each for this recipe. So just take some and put it in a sieve, you see, just a little sieve. And then you want to give that a nice, generous sprinkling. And this really gives these ladyfingers a very nice texture and crunch to them. So get each one well coated. And then while you're doing this, of course, you've got your oven on to 350 degrees. You've preheated it because these should go into a preheated oven. So there, let me get just a little bit more here and here because I want all of these to be perfect, you see. And there. Now they're ready to go into the oven. So take them over, and remember to preheat the oven. And now, depending on your oven, you're going to want to let these cook, about 10 to 15 minutes, just until they're lightly browned. And they look perfectly beautiful. So there they are, and they've got to cool down a little bit. You just want those to be nicely browned. Now, while they're cooling down, I'm going to make the filling for this for you. And before I do that, I've got to clear the deck. So I'm going to make a little room here, get rid of some of this stuff. And now we have to start basically where we began, again with egg yolks. And here I've got 3 egg yolks that I've already beaten with a 1/2 cup of sugar. And remember, we want that to be fairly smooth and not grainy. So after you do that, whip those up a little bit, then you can add the rest of the ingredients to this. And here I've got, this is espresso, and I have about 1 tablespoon of it. So you want to put that in, and that's what gives you that pick-me-up. And if you don't have espresso, well, then you could just use some very strong coffee. And then here I have a little brandy. So you want about, 2 tablespoons. I think that was a little hefty on the brandy, but this is going to taste very good. So now you want to beat that up, you see. Get that well mixed. And then the next thing you want to add to this is a very special cheese called mascarpone. And actually, mascarpone is a cheese from Lombardia in northern Italy, and it's a sweet dessert cheese, and the Italians love it in many things. And now you can buy this in a grocery store, or in most grocery stores, and if you can't find it, well, don't throw up your hands in despair. You can always use cream cheese for this. So there's my mascarpone, and that's about, 1 cup. So now you want to get that well mixed. And you see how velvety this is looking already? This is going to be really delicious with our lady fingers. So mix that all up. And now you have to add one last thing to this. And I bet you guessed it was egg whites, and you are absolutely right, because now we have 3 egg whites that have been stiffly beaten, just like I did before for you. Now I want to put these in, you see, a little at a time again. And I have to do the old fold. So now I'm going to fold my egg whites in. And then after I do this, well, then I can start building up my tiramisu. So get the egg whites well mixed. And again, you cannot rush this part because you really don't want that to deflate. Even though this isn't going to be baked any longer, this is now just going to be our filling. So I want to get all the rest of these. I don't want to waste even a bit of it. So there. And now this is looking and smelling very, very good. So now I think those lady fingers are just about cooling down to the point where I can handle them. So now after you've got this well blended like this, you see, well, then you have to decide what are you going to put your lady fingers in. And here you have a lot of options. You can use, Oh, a decorative mold. You could use a baking dish. There's just a lot of possibilities here, and I'll show you what I'm going to use. So let me move this out of the way. And I'm feeling really fancy today, so I'm going to put it in a dish like this. But you could also use something like this. You see, a springform pan, or you could just use an old baking dish. So now that that's ready, well, I can put that aside and bring over more espresso. I have about a cup here. And here are some lady fingers. And now what you want to do is just dip those, you see, very quickly. And you want to put them in the base of whatever bowl you happen to be using. And now there's no rhyme or reason to this. Just get them in the base. And if you have to be a purist about this and line them up end to end, they all have to be the same size, well, go for it. I just feel that this is a dessert that really isn't going to see many of these lady fingers except at the edge, so you can do it any way you want. So let's see, I think I can get maybe one more in there, and if you have to break a couple up, that's okay too. So there's my first layer, you see, and now I can put some of this cheese in. So I want a nice layer of that. So put that in. I'm trying to be very neat here, you see, so get that in. And you know, sometimes you'll see this sprinkled in between with cocoa, or sometimes you'll see it with shaved chocolate. Sometimes I've even seen this with nuts. So you can be very creative with this kind of a dessert. This is something that took Italy by storm, about 40 years ago, and ever since then it's been very popular in this country as well. So now there's my second layer, and now I'm going to get more of this in, you see. There it is. And now I can put another layer. And before I do that, I want to bring over those other lady fingers, you see, because I want to do something fancy now. Let me bring these over. You see? I want to cut these up, cut them in half. And you see how nice and crispy those are? And I just want to stand them up right on edge like that, you see? Just get them in there. Now, if you don't have to do this way, but I just happen to think this adds a nice extra little touch to this dessert. Not that it needs it, but you see how easily that goes in. And there, and you go all the way around like this. So with a dessert like this, the options are many as to how you would decorate it. There. Now, I can finish putting in my last layer. And I think I have just about enough fingers to do that. So in they go. And then on top of this, I'm going to put that last layer of cheese. And you see, this is a dessert that you can make ahead, about an hour or 2 hours ahead, and then put in the refrigerator. And well, it's just waiting there when company comes to call. So now the rest of this goes on top, you see. I'm taking great care not to break the wall of those little fingers around the edge. So there. Just smooth that out beautifully as I can. And then the last thing I want is some cocoa. And this is just Dutch processed cocoa. I'm going to put a little bit right in a little sieve. And then it gets a nice, wonderful sprinkling. You see, this is very traditional on tiramisu. I'm going right around the edge, and I think that's just about enough. But you know, you could be even a little bit more creative. Now, I like to do different little things with this. And now here are some, just leaves that I picked from outside. They're washed, of course. And I just lay them down like this. And then you could put something like a strawberry, you see, right in the center. Or if you didn't like that, well, then you could use something like this. Chocolate leaves. Look at that. How beautiful that looks. So the options are really many when you're making tiramisu, but I'll tell you, I don't know anyone who could resist such a dessert. I love the Italian tradition of taking time out in the day to enjoy something simple. And today, I've made for you this very simple dessert that now I just have to have a piece of. Now the tiramisu is something that you could have Oh, with a friend or by yourself? Now I just have to taste this for you because it looks absolutely wonderful. I'll take a little bite. It's absolutely light, airy, and elegant. And with that, well, I'd have a little espresso. Perfect. So be like the Italians. Take time out to enjoy life and make yourself a tiramisu. And until I see you, nella cucina again, I'm Marianna Esposito. Ciao.
Like, you know, because I'm all by myself.
Faccia a mano, sì?
Oh,
sì, sì, tutto.
Ma io guarda te, ma fammi ancora di più.
She says when she watches me, she gets hungry. Oh, it's nice to see you.
Nice.
Keep watching. I'll give you a kiss. Okay, sweetheart.
Person, you look so young in person.
I am young. I know, but that always makes you look a little older. Did you hear that? They make me look old on TV.
True. She looks better.
Una vecchia.
No, lei è un giovane, non è un...
Sì, grazie.
I was the 40.
30, sì, 30 anni. Ciao, I'm Marianna Esposito, and I've just got to ask you a simple question. What do you think of when you hear the word spinach? Yuck, right? Well, today I'm on my way to do some serious home gardening because I want to make a favorite pasta dish of mine called a rotolo di pasta, and it's chocked full of spinach. And you know what? Even kids will eat it. Dad, Ellen, Marianne, making the recipe. There's nothing here that's written down.
And with your smile look like Mona Lisa.
Oh golly, gee whiz. The rest of my wine, and don't you love my brush? This is the way they do it in Umbria, of course. Just baste the meat with a rosemary sprig. So that's good. Now the Italians are such happy people because they have happy food. And just keep going like that until you... Ciao. Well, here I am in the spinach patch, and now you know this is just about ready for the harvesting. I planted these in April, and if you know anything about spinach, you know that spinach is a cool weather crop. It really doesn't like heat, so this is just about right because it's about mid-June now and I've got to harvest this. And you know, if I were in Italy, there'd be a lot more spinach than this in someone's garden. And the Italians are really avid gardeners, and they are big vegetable eaters. And spinach is really the sacred cow of all vegetables. And it becomes a family affair. And back there is my cousin Costanza, who's helping me out today. So I'm going along here, and what I want to do is just get as many of the larger clumps as I can, because I'm going to leave the smaller ones in, hoping that the weather is going to stay cool just a little longer so this spinach will not bolt on me. So I want to take my bigger clumps. And you know, I really love being out in the garden because I do like to work in the dirt, even though it's my husband who has the green thumb. And you know, now spinach, most people don't really know how to cook. Spinach like this is pretty dirty, so when you get it to the kitchen, you've got to give it a good washing. And then after that, well, you've got to cook it the old Italian way, and I'm going to have to show you how to do that. So for the recipe that I want to make, that rotolo, I need an awful lot of spinach because that's going to be a very flavorful filling. So there, I think that's about right. I may come back a little later and get some more, but for now, I think this is what I need. So we've got to go nella cucina, where I want to show you how to make a spectacular pasta dish, a rotolo di pasta, which is loaded with spinach. I don't know about you, but after I've spent a day in the garden, the first thing I want to do is get back in the kitchen and use all those ingredients I picked. Well, remember that spinach? I haven't forgotten it, and today I want to make a filling with spinach for you that's going to go into something called un rotolo di pasta, a rolled stuffed pasta roll. And I start with making the filling. Now here I've got about 1/4 cup of olive oil and a cup of red sweet onions that I've diced. And I want to get that soft. And they've been browning here now a few minutes. And now I want to turn the heat down on that and see what happened to my spinach. Oh yeah, it looks like it's cooking. But while that's still cooking, I want to cut up what else goes into these ingredients. Now here I've got some prosciutto, and you remember that's that nice raw cured ham from Italy. And all I want to do is cut that up just coarsely, you see. And this is going to go in the frying pan with my onions. And I want to brown this just till it starts to crisp. So that's about, oh, I would say 1/4 pound. So I'm going to put the whole thing in, just like that, you see. And then I want that to brown a little bit. And that's going to take, oh, just a few minutes to do. And I want to get every little bit here because this stuff's expensive. So in that goes. And then as that cooks, you see, I'm going to add some pine nuts to this. And pine nuts are really a little nut that comes from something called the stone pine tree in Italy. And they're very hard to extract and very expensive. So this is about 3 tablespoons, and I put these in the oven for about 350. So I'm going to put that in. And now I'm going to let this cook a few minutes. So I want to lower the heat on that and just keep my eye on it. Let me check this spinach. Yep. All that spinach that I cooked, that I got in the garden, is now ready to be drained. And would you believe it's cooked down to just about nothing, so I've got to drain it. So I'm going to bring it over here and just put it in a colander. Whoop, got to get a spoon, because I'm not going to be able to get it all out now. There, I let that go just a little too long, I guess, but you see that's cooked down to just about nothing. So now I'm going to let that drain. And while it's draining, I'm going to make the pasta. So now for that, I'm going to do this the modern way, in a macchina. This is just a food processor, and usually I like to make pasta by hand. But today, I'm not doing it a mano, I'm doing it in the macchina. So if you have a food processor, this is what you would do. If you want to do it by hand, well, you can do that too. So start with large eggs. So there's 3 large eggs. And you just want to whip those up. And then you want to have ready some flour. And here I've got some unbleached flour that has a very high gluten content. That allows me to really stretch the dough. And here, this is semolina. This is the wheat, the very core of the durum wheat. And I add that to my unbleached flour to give my pasta a little bit more nutritional value and a nice color. So I want to mix the two. So that goes in. This is about 1 3/4 cup of unbleached and about 1/4 cup of the semolina. And then I'm just going to add a pinch of salt. And now I want to mix that up well to make sure that that's well blended. And then, see, this is the trick to making pasta. You can't just add this all at once. You want to add it a little bit at a time just to see how much flour those eggs will absorb. First, I got to check my ingredients here. Now this is coming along very nicely, but it isn't quite there yet, so I've got to keep my eye on that. Okay, so now that you know that, I can add the flour. So I'm going to start, well, maybe with half of this at one time. But you know, this is all correctable, so if you wind up with a dough that's too dry, you can always add a little water. And I know that that's going to be sticky right off the bat because I've made so much of this, I ought to know by now. So I can add more, and I may even have to add a little bit more flour. We'll just have to see. So, now when the pasta starts to form a ball, well, that's when you can take it out of the processor. Or if you're doing this on a board in a well like I've showed you before, you'll know by feeling it that it's okay. So let me check it and see what we got here. Well, you see, that's very soft and malleable, and I think it could use just a little bit more flour, so I'm going to finish that right on my board here. So now after you've got all of your dough out, you see, then what you want to do is knead it. You have to knead this a little bit. So put a little flour on your wood board. And I always like to work on wood because it's just what I'm used to, and wood is very nice for kneading. So you're going to have to do this, for about 5 or 10 minutes, and really with the palm of your hand. And you really want to relax the gluten in the dough. So stand there and do this for about 5 or 10 minutes. And then When you've done it, you see, well then your dough will look something like this. Now here's one that's been sitting around, and you see when you can do that, well then you're ready to roll. So now I've got to move some of this stuff out of my way so I can do that for you. So let me move this out of the way. And let me see how we're doing here. Well, it looks good, it smells good, but it isn't quite there yet. So now we can go ahead and work on our dough. So for this recipe, either you can take the dough and roll it out into one large sheet, or you could cut the dough in half and make two smaller sheets. We want to roll this out to about 22 inches in diameter. So start on a well-floured board, and then I'm going to just do it with one piece for you. You want to get out your rolling pin. This is un mattarello in Italian, and this one happens to be my grandmother's. And now you want to start rolling this out, turning the dough every so often. And you see, if I tried to do this with the piece of dough that I just rolled out in the food processor, it wouldn't work, and I would have severe arm cramps because I didn't let the dough rest. So you have to make it rest, that's important. And then, see, you put on the Italian music and you just roll out your dough. And this is going to take a while to do because, as my grandmother says, or said, I always think of her in the present, you want this to be, your sheet of pasta that is, the thinness of a dime. So now we're getting there, but this looks like it's about as thick as a $50 bill. So I want this to be as wide, the width of this board actually, that I'm working on. But you see how nice this is coming along, and I just have to be patient with it. And of course, the reason I want it this width is because I'm going to be stuffing it with a spinach filling, which reminds me, I got to check this out. Well, see, I think that's just where we want it. So now we have to let this cool. We can't really put the spinach in that until that cools down. So you can get that started and do this at the same time. So I continue with this. And now, if you don't have a rolling pin like this, you can always buy one like this, you see. And that does a good job too. So you want to make sure you're stretching that dough as you go. And always work on a floured surface. And I'm getting out of breath just doing this, but I'm really pleased at the way this is coming along, you see? So you continue on like that. And if you have to, pick the dough up and turn it over. And you see how it's not sticking? It's beautiful. It's perfect. It's the best piece I've ever rolled out, to tell you the truth. So now, you keep going like that, you see. It has to be as thin as a sheet of typing paper. You can almost see through it. So you're going to have to work on it a little bit like this, you see. And this is going to take a little bit of practice. You're not going to get this the first time you do it. I didn't either. But then you'll have this wonderful piece of dough. And now you see this is going to be able to take all that filling that we're going to put into this. So if you left this just too thick, it would be just too chewy to eat after we cooked it. So this looks like it's just about right. You see, I'm very happy with this. And now I've accomplished two things. I've rolled out my sheet of dough and I've gotten my exercises for the day. So that looks about right. You see, and you want to make sure that you have the same thickness all the way around so the dough will cook evenly. I think it's just a little thick right there at the top. So I'm going to give it another little hit of the rolling pin. So there. That's it. Can do no more. Now that that's ready, we can just move the dough over, you see. And you want to move that over onto a little floured surface because now I want to get the rest of those ingredients ready. So I'm just going to cover this with a damp towel or two because I don't want that to dry out. And now I can go back to the spinach, you see. And here it is. And I've got it pretty much well drained. So I can bring it over. And now I want to give that, just a coarse chop. So remember, you know, when I cook this, I didn't cook it with any water. That's the way my grandmother cooked it. I just put it cleaned in a pot and I let it go until it wilted down. So now that's ready. So now I just want to chop that up a little bit. It doesn't have to be anything fancy. This is about, 2.5 cups of well-squeezed spinach. And of course, this is fresh spinach from my garden. But if you didn't have fresh, well, You could use frozen, but remember to get all the water out after you cook it. So now, you see, I can put this right in a bowl. So that goes in. And if you wanted to, you could heat that up a little bit with your other ingredients, but you can do it this way too. If you wanted to heat it with the prosciutto and the pine nuts, you could do that. Now this is all cooled down. So now this can go in, see? And that's starting to look really good already. Now, before I can go any further though, you're gonna have to just look at that and drool, because I've got to start my sauce ingredients. You know, this is a recipe where, well, you just got to do a number of things at once. So you want to get a little saucepan out, because now you're going to make a very simple sauce. You want to have it ready when this is ready to go. And the sauce is nothing more than some heavy cream. And here I've got 2 cups of heavy cream. And I'm going to put that in my saucepan. And then I want to add to that some mascarpone cheese. And now that's that sweet dessert cheese I'm always telling you about from Lombardia. So in that goes. You want to put this over low heat now. So you want to get that. And then you want to add one of my favorite cheeses that I think people really have given a bad name to. This is Gorgonzola, and it's really a wonderful cheese. It's like a blue cheese, but you have to have it fresh. And this is a cheese that's been in Italy for over 1,000 years. It actually comes from a place called Gorgonzola. And you see that blue veining there? That's from penicillin mold. So you want about, a quarter of a pound of that. So if you have good Gorgonzola, this will come out wonderful. So now you want to put that in, you see. And now I'm just going to let that melt down a little bit, and I'll be checking that every once in a while. So now I've got to go back to my filling. So I've got my spinach, I've got my pine nuts, I've got my prosciutto. Now what else do I have to add to this? Well, I've got to put in more cheese. And here, you see, I have a few other things. A cup of ricotta cheese, and I let it drain. You see, I want all that extra water out of that because this has got to be fairly dry. So let it drain for a while, and then you want to put a cup of that in. And then, I love nutmeg. And this is fresh nutmeg, you see. And I like to grate my own, and really, spinach and nutmeg just seem to have a wonderful affinity for each other. So if you don't like this, well, you don't have to put it in, but I think it really adds something to this dish. And then about 2/3 of a cup of fresh grated Romano cheese goes in there. Does this look good already? You want to give that a little pinch of salt, you can, a little pinch of pepper. And then an egg, just to bind this all together. So 1 egg, just give that a quick little beat, and put that in. So that's all the rest of the ingredients that we're going to need for the filling. So now I can move this out of the way. And now what you want to do is really combine this well, you see. Mix this up. And here the important thing is that this is a fairly dry mixture, because if we had not squeezed that spinach well, then this would be just too wet to put into our dough. So now mix it up very well, you see. And isn't this colorful? This looks really beautiful when this is finished. So get it well incorporated. And now let me see how I'm doing here on my sauce. Let me just check this out. Okay, that's going nicely. Now, you know, to cook this, you've got to have a big pot of water ready to cook the rotolo. And here I've got something which is just a little different that, you know, maybe you're not used to. This is a salmon poacher, and I use this, of course, for salmon, but I also use it for un rotolo di pasta. And it's got boiling water, and it's just about ready. But if you don't have a pot like that, well, then just use a spaghetti pot. Trust me, it's going to come out. So now, you see, I've got my sauce going, I've got my water going, so now all I have to do is finish this. So this is a recipe, really, that has 3 separate parts to it. And you're really tired after you make this, I have to admit, because we know we started in the garden, but believe me, it's well worth it. Okay, enough talk. We got to work here. So there's my sheet of pasta, you see. And now I want to bring that back over carefully. And I'm going to spread that right over the dough. So I want to take that and just plop it right on there, you see? Like that. Oh, I don't want to miss that little piece. And now what you have to do is spread this out. And you see what I told you about having all of these ingredients, the cheese and the spinach well drained, really makes a difference because now it isn't soggy on my dough. So now spread it out evenly till you're about, an inch or so from the edge, you see? Get it nice and even, like this. And then, once it's to your liking, you see, now you can roll it, because after all, this is un rotolo. So now, I'm ready to roll. So let me just wipe off my hands. And now to roll it, you just want to start at one end, you see, and carefully bring the dough over, and then just continue to roll it as if you were rolling cinnamon rolls. If you bake, this is the way you would do cinnamon rolls, you see, and bring it towards you. And then once it's rolled up like that, then just tuck that little piece over. Now don't worry about that because that is going to hold together in the water. So now that I have that, let me see how that sauce is doing. I got to give that another, it's getting there, but it isn't quite there. Okay, we're going to let that work for a few more minutes. Now, the next thing you need is a towel. This is the interesting thing about this. You see, there are lots of stuffed pastas in Italy. Most of them come from northern Italy, but I'm a southern Italian. We didn't have a lot of these filled types of pastas. So now what you want to do is just pinch that edge closed. You see, you're going to cut that off later on, so don't worry about that. Pinch that closed. And then in a clean towel, or you could use cheesecloth, roll the pasta up right in the towel, you see? Just like that. Roll it up, roll it towards you. And then, on those ends, you want to tie it with a little piece of string, you see? Get it right close to the end of the roll, and give it a good knotting so it doesn't come out. This helps to hold the pasta together in the water. So I want to make sure that I've got this end tied securely. There. Now, if you were doing that in a spaghetti pot, of course, you're going to bend the roll a little bit to get it in, but that's okay. Don't worry about it. It's going to come out fine in the end. Trust me. I happen to have my little fish poacher. So now, I put this right into water, you see? Just like so. And I just sort of anchor it down in, get the towel all the way immersed in the water, just like so, you see? And then, put the cover back on, and you want to let that poach or simmer just about 20 to 25 minutes. And then you want to take it out. And when it's cool, here it is. When it's cooled down, you see, then you can handle it. So let me get this out of the way. And now I have to take the string off. You see, so untie the ends like so. And now the moment of expectation, you see, because now, you see, you can just unroll it like so. Take it off the towel. And now you have to cut this, and you want to put it into a bake dish. So get out a bake dish that you've lightly greased with butter, and then, I've got to get a clean knife here, cut off those two little ends that we had tied, where we had tied the string, and then start cutting, you see? And you see how beautiful this is? Look at that. It's really pretty. And you put that into your bake dish like so. You see these little wrinkles that you see on the dough is from it being in the towel and the way that it cooked. So you don't want this to be soggy, so you want to give it enough time to cook in that poaching water. So then continue on like this, you see? And you can cut these rolls any size that you want. So let me do a couple more. Let me see where we are on this sauce. I think I'm going to have to turn this off now because it's just about ready. Okay, that looks good. So now what you want to do is bring over the sauce, you see? And you want to put on, I think I have time just to cut you a couple more because I want to fill that dish up, you see? Isn't this beautiful? This is a wonderful first course. Or if you wanted to eat this as a dinner with a salad, it's fine too. So now, let me get this over here because it is hot. Bring this over. You see? Then take some of that sauce and just pour it right over the top. You want about half of it over the top. And now your oven is preheated to about 350 degrees, and you're just going to heat these until they're hot. So get the sauce over, save the rest because you can pass that in a nice decorative little dish at table when you're ready to serve this. And then give it a good dousing of more Romano cheese. You see, we've used several cheeses in this recipe today. So there, that's ready to go uncovered in the oven. So in it goes for about 20 or 25 minutes until it's hot. And when they're cooked, they will be smelling wonderful and they will look just like that. So there you have it, rotolo di pasta. Now, this is worth all the trouble that I went to make this. And I wish you could be here to smell this because now we've taken just ordinary, humble ingredients and turned them into something really special. And now, I've just got to taste this for you because it looks absolutely wonderful. You'll never say yuck to spinach again. And until I see you, nella cucina, I'm Marianna Esposito. Ciao. Ciao, I'm Marianna Esposito, and today I'm on my way to see an old friend, Roberto McMaster. Now, Roberto has a few bees, about 1 million of them, and he loves to extract honey. Well, I need honey, and I think he's got just about enough for 2 sweet desserts that I want to make for you. One called taralli, and the other struffoli. Dad, Ellen, Marianne. There's nothing here that's written down.
And with your smile look like Mona Lisa.
Oh, golly, gee whiz. The rest of my wine, and don't you love my brush? This is the way they do it in Umbria, of course. Just baste the meat with a rosemary sprig. So that's good. Now, the Italians are such happy people because they have happy food. And just keep going like that until you... Ciao. Just think, a simple thing like honey comes from a complex network of bees. But Roberto really knows how to put it all in perspective for me. Okay, now what are you doing here with this?
I'm smoking them. You only have to take a little bit of smoke, and what the smoke does is they think that their house is on fire.
Yeah.
So they're all going to run a load up on honey, because they're going to take as much with them when they have to go as they can.
Sort of like people, you know? Take everything with you when the house is on fire. They're not stupid, are they?
No. So we smoke them. When we open this hive up, you'll see them in there. They'll all be eating honey, and they ain't going to pay much attention to us.
I hope he's right.
This is a working hive. Look at them hauling in nectar. Look at them.
Yeah, I see you're getting real excited about this. So they're hauling it all in. What's that little hole up at the top for?
That's ventilation.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
screened. This here's a brood chamber. It holds 10 frames of brood. This here's a brood chamber. It holds 10 frames. Each frame will hold approximately 6,000 bees. So there's 60,000 here, there's 60,000 here.
And there's only 2 of us.
Yes, but look,
Oh my God.
That's got 10 frames of honey in there for extracting, and that's got 10 frames.
Yeah.
You always put them on in this sequence. This one's full, this one they're working on. You want to look in there?
Well, okay.
You there?
Give me this thing.
Yeah.
I think I need this myself.
Don't give them too much.
Okay. put a little bit on myself.
Now,
Do I just stand back or what? Should I get up?
You can get up.
Okay.
Sure. Now they glue everything down with that they call propolis.
Yeah.
Now,
Oh.
you see, now they're going to be from the top to the bottom. You just give them just a little bit of smoke. Now this is all honey in the top super here.
Ooh.
This is an inner cover. It keeps them from. Now the secret of this is they're gentle as houseflies after they're smoked.
Look at that. They are. They're not going anywhere.
This hive right here, like all colonies of bees, is the most organized thing you could ever believe. Everybody
know
got their
that.
own job.
Yep.
They're spotless. And you know what? Run by a woman.
Best way. I'm telling you. You want to get something done?
Did
Ask
you
a
know
woman bee.
You know what a male bee is? It's a drone.
A drone, right.
Do you know that he don't have a father, but he has a grandfather?
That I didn't know. No.
Well, the
No.
queen can lay a fertilized or an unfertilized egg. If she lays a fertilized egg, it's a worker. If she lays an unfertilized egg, it's a drone,
It's
a male.
a drone. Okay.
So he can't have a father.
Yeah.
So she has a father, so he has
And
a
what's
grandfather.
happened to him? He looks like he's
Well,
gone to
I'm
heaven.
afraid I probably hurt him.
Oh.
But with 80,000 of them,
I guess you can spare one or two.
that's right. Now what we're going to do is, we'll take this frame up to my extracting house. Now there's a number of ways of getting these off here. All of them make them a little mad.
Should I stand back?
That's one way.
Yeah. Now, you're going to get this off of there to put in the jar, right?
That's right.
Okay.
I like to use a feather. A lot of people use brushes, but I don't think a feather bothers them so bad.
Okay, how do you get that from the cone off?
I
How
have
do you
an
get it
electric
off?
knife, Marianne.
An electric knife?
Yeah, it heats it up.
Mm-hmm. I thought
I
you were
set
going to
the-
use that feather.
No, I set it and just cut that cap right off there, just like that, and it'll fall into my cappage drainer. Turn it around to the other side. Then I got a extractor. I put that frame in it and spin that honey out of there, and each one of them individual cells, all the wax will be there, and I'll have all the honey.
But that has to be warm, doesn't it, when you...
Yes, and I do it. I have I call it my extracting house. I raise tomato plants in it in the spring.
Uh-huh.
Then I turn it into it's a little greenhouse, turn it into an extracting house, and I use the sun for heat.
I see. Smart man. Smart. You're just like that queen
Don't
bee.
cost nothing.
Right, that's true.
And it works very well, and it doesn't take the aroma or nothing away like artificial heat does.
Right.
At least I don't think it does. I don't believe it does. You'll know when you try some of the honey.
Well, I got to tell you,
The
Roberto,
real stuff.
that looks pretty professional, you know?
If you hold that up, you'll see the grains of pollen in it.
Yes, you can see that. And that's what you were talking about, that protein that you were talking about earlier, huh?
That's the bee's protein.
Well, let me tell you, I'm going to make two great desserts with this. Well, one isn't actually a dessert, but you can eat it as a sweet. I bet you have some good recipes for honey, too.
One of the best ones is 2 teaspoons in a cup of coffee.
Well,
Simple one.
Roberto, mille grazie.
You're welcome.
And now we've got to make a beeline nella cucina because I want to show you how to make due dolci with a touch of honey. Well, I'm a busy bee today because today I promised you that I was going to make you something special, and I am. And the first thing I'm going to try is taralli. Now, you know, that's made with honey, like I told Bob Roberto. I have to remember to call him always by his Italian name. And now taralli are something that I remember from childhood. And they're really a southern Italian treat that people would eat for breakfast. And I remember having these just with milk, and they were very, very dry. Now, it depends on what part of Italy you're in as to what goes into your taralli, because in some places, Marsala wine is used in the dough. And in other places, well, anise is a popular flavoring. And today, I'm going to use the anise because that's what I'm used to from home. And so now, this is what you would have for breakfast, of course. Taralli. And taralli means a ring or a biscuit because that's the way it's shaped. So you want to start with about 6 eggs in a bowl. And then you just want to, beat those up with your whisk a little bit, you see. And this sure does remind me of the color of bees, doesn't it? Yellow. I spent all that time with Roberto. I was really getting a little worried about those bees stinging me. But I had great faith in him. So, get those eggs mixed up. And then, the next thing you want to put in there is that honey. And here it is. And this is Roberto's honey, and I want about 1/2 cup of that. And boy, I'll tell you, I had a little bit of this earlier, and this is really wonderful stuff. And I don't know if you can see those little pollen granules he was talking about, but they're in there. So in goes a half a cup of honey, and then, oh, a half a cup of vegetable oil goes in, you see. And then you want to add anise seeds. And now you want to put in as much as you like. I like this, so I'm putting in about 2 tablespoons of these, you see. But if you don't want to put the anise seeds in, you don't have to. And then, of course, that isn't enough anise. You need anise extract. And I want about, 2 hefty tablespoons of that. And believe me, when you make these, the entire house smells like anise for days. So now you want to get that well mixed up, you see. And then the only thing you have to add to this now is your flour. But let me take a look at my pot here because I have a few interesting things cooking in there for you. So it looks pretty good. I have to turn the heat up just a little bit higher than it is. Okay, so now back to this. So there's my wet mixture. So now I want to add my flour. And here you need, about 6 cups of flour. And this is unbleached flour. So I don't want to put this all in at one time because I don't know how much the eggs are going to take. So put in, maybe about 4 cups. And then you have to play with this with your hands, you see. You have to get really into this and mix it up. Now, if you wanted to do this in a food processor, you could, but that really takes all the fun out of it, I think. So I like to really get into these doughs that I work with because that's the only way that you're really going to know how much flour you need. So as soon as you have a ball of dough that you can easily take out of the bowl, you want to put it onto a floured wood board. And I need more flour because that's just a little too sticky, so I can't really take that out quite yet. So I want to work some more of this flour in. And you know, when I make these, of course, it reminds me of the time that I was in Milan. And if you know your geography, Milan is in northern Italy. And my husband and I were in a little restaurant called La Porta Rossa. And really, it was run by southern Italians from Puglia, from where these Tiroli actually come from. And you know, in Puglia and in Calabria, those regions of Italy in the south, they use a lot of honey in their baked goods. And really, honey was the very first sweetener that was used in the ancient world. The Egyptians did a lot with honey. And it really wasn't until the 16th century that sugar really became the popular sweetener in Italy. Up until that time, it was good old honey. So now, you see, I have a ball that I can take out. Let me see what's going on in here. Well, it's not quite ready yet, but now I can take that out. So now I need a little bit more flour. Oops, that's just a little too much. And sprinkle that on, and now I can take this out, you see. And now, make sure that you've got a ball of dough here that you're going to be able to move, because there's nothing worse than working with dough that is just hard to move. Because now I want to get this nice and soft. And this is going to take, a good 5 minutes to do, and I may just speed this up for you a little bit. But you see how nice and soft this is, and it's becoming very easy, and it's not sticking to my hands. But now I do have to get off these little pieces because I don't want to waste any of that. So work your dough, and then you want to set it aside and work with very small pieces at a time. And while you're doing this, I forgot to tell you this part. While you're doing this, you have to have a big pot of water on the stove, you see, just to keep you company. Well, you know, I do have a few things in there, but get a pot of water going. Don't ask me why, just do it. Get a pot of water ready. And then by the time that water comes to the boil, you see, this dough will be ready, very ready to work. So there, I'm getting so excited I can't even talk. So now I've got to wipe off my hands a little bit. All right, so you see that? So now let me see. Oh, yes. Now I really have to play with this, what's in my pot here. So now, just going to have to stop a minute. You see, here's my Tiroli, and you have to boil them first. So they go into boiling water, and that's what they look like. And you want to take them out. And this is going to take about 5 minutes for them to come to the top when they're in the boiling water. You want to take them out, and you want to let them drain on a towel, like I'm doing here, you see? And now you can make these, any shape, any size that you want. Actually, you could make these in a figure 8 shape also. I've seen that done with Tirali. And I got so excited here, I just broke one, but that's okay. But there, and there's some tiny little Tirali. So keep going like that. And let me get the rest of those out. There's another little one. There. Now let them sit like that, oh, for about 20 minutes or so. Now how do you shape those? Well, here's my dough. And you want to keep this on the side and maybe covered and just work with a little piece at a time. Oh, about the size of a golf ball. I don't play golf, but I think that's just about right. So now what you want to do, you see, is work on a floured surface. Not too much flour, because if you have too much flour, well, then you're not going to be able to move these very well. And just lightly roll them out into a rope. And now you can make them large, you can make them small, you can make them miniature. And get them to the size that you want them. I usually like them, oh, about 6 inches or so. And then, see, just turn them like that and pinch them. And you've made that little biscuit shape, you see? See that? And now they don't have to be perfect, because this is, after all, a rustic thing. And I hope Bob's watching this, because I think he'd like this recipe with the honey in it. So now here I've made a little bigger one. So again, just roll it under the palm of your hand like so, you see? And then just turn it. Oh, that's a big guy. And make sure you pinch that end, because sometimes they will break in the water. I know that's happened to me. So there's a bigger one. And then, if you wanted to, you see, you could make tiny, tiny little ones. And these are great for the kids to do. So just roll them under your hand like so. And then pinch them closed like that, you see? So now you have tiny little ones. So you keep going like that. And then you've got that water boiling. And let me take out this broken one, because I'll eat that later myself. You see that one? I split that one, but that's okay. And then you just take these, plop them into boiling water like that, and when they rise to the surface the way I just showed you, well then those are ready to go on a cookie sheet and to cool. So now what you want to have ready is a greased cookie sheet. And your oven is on to about 375, 400 degrees. And you have to admit, you see, these look pretty ugly. And actually the Italians have a phrase for that. Brutti ma buoni. Ugly but good. And trust me, these are really good. And now they're going to puff up some, you see, in the oven. So they're going to straighten out a little bit. They aren't going to look as wrinkled as you see them here. And I'm going to fudge this and even put I'm going to put this broken one on, because I'll eat that later. Okay, no one will ever know except you and I. So all right, so they're ready to go. And now put them in for about, 20 minutes or so, until they're just nicely browned on top. And now we have to go on to make the other recipe with honey, and that is struffoli. And that translates to honey balls, and it's something that I grew up with. And now, basically, it's made like the Tirali, except the honey is on the honey balls instead of in the dough. And here I've got a dough that's almost complete. And you want to start with 3 eggs, about a tablespoon of softened butter, about a teaspoon of sugar, a half a teaspoon of baking powder, and 2 cups of flour. Now, everything's in here except the last cup or so of flour. And so I want to add just enough flour now, the last cup or so, just to give me a ball of dough that I can take out of the bowl and knead again, just like I did for the Tirali. So when I have that to the right consistency, well, then I can take it out and work it on my board. And again, if you wanted to do this in a food processor, well, you could. But I like to do it the old way, the old-fashioned way, a mano. So there, I think that's just about right. So I can take that out now and get rid of this. And speaking of honey, let me see what we got here. I think I've got to add a little bit of honey to this. So this is Roberto's honey, and so I want to put just about all of this in here now. And I want to get this warm, and you really want to watch this, because you know you don't really want to have that go over the top of the pan. So when I think that's warm enough, I may go back and just shut it off. So now I still need a little bit more flour on my board here. Now, struffoli are something that you find all over Italy, and of course you find them around carnival time, around Lent, and at Christmas time. That's when I remember having honey balls, and there are lots of ways to decorate them, and in some places in Italy, of course, the dough changes with its ingredients. And you could add lemon peel or orange peel to this if you wanted, but my dough is basically a plain one, the way my grandmother used to make it. So get the dough nice and soft. And while you're working the dough, you've got to keep an eye on two things, you see. I've got a deep fryer here that has oil in it, and I'm heating it to about 350, 375, and then I've got my honey over there that I have to keep an eye on. And I also have something in the oven, if you remember. So now, that looks just about right. It's still sticking to my hands just a little bit, and I want to make sure that that doesn't happen. So I'm going to have to play with a little bit more flour here. Just a little bit more. So that was about 2 cups of flour, and I used large eggs. Okay, so now, when you get it to the point where you can move it without it sticking, well, then you want to cut off small pieces of dough and set the rest aside and work on a floured board. That's always important, so you won't have anything sticking. And then take your piece of dough, and now you want to roll this basically into a rope, just like we did for the torralli, but we're not going to make rings here. We're going to be making balls. So you want these to be, you can make them thick or you can make them a little thinner if you want, because they're going to puff up in the hot oil, and I'm keeping my eye on that honey. And now, just cut them, you see, into pieces like so. And I'm sure that if my buddy Roberto is watching me today, that he probably would love this recipe. So I'm going to do just a few more and then get them into the hot oil for you. Now, if you don't have a deep fryer, the kind that I'm using here, well, then you could do this on top of the stove with a deep pan and put your oil in that. And I'm using vegetable oil for this, not olive oil, vegetable oil. But when you're working with oil, of course, you have to really be careful because you don't want to burn yourself. So there, that's going to give me enough to start. And now all I want to do is sprinkle those a little bit with flour and just toss them, you see, very quickly. And then I just gather them up and put them in my basket, you see, just like that. You don't want to crowd these, so you just put in enough so that you're not going to have them on top of one another. And then you want to lower that right into your hot oil. And they'll puff up. And you want them to be nicely browned on top when you take them out, you see? They should look like this. Now here's some, you see, that I did earlier, and of course this is more than one recipe's worth. And really when you have honey balls like this, the traditional way to have them is to mound them up in a nice bowl. So you're going to have to make about 4 recipes of what I'm doing today in order to get the effect that I'm going to show you later. So that's the way that they should look. Now let me see how these are coming along. Well, they're not quite there, you see. They have to be really nicely browned, and they're just not there yet. So I want to let them cook a little bit more and just make you a few more of these after all. You can't watch this too many times, right? Until you get the hang of it. So again, and if you wanted to make these smaller, you could. So cut them up into small pieces like that, and go on like this. And you see, you have to just keep your eye on everything as you're going along. And this is really going to be enough, to serve about 4 or 5 people, because you can't eat just one of these. This is something that's really sticky when you eat it, but you have to have at least 6 or 7. This is like potato chips. So I think I can go down and get the rest of these done for you while I'm waiting for those balls to pop up, and they seem to be coming along very nicely. Now see, this dough is starting to get just a little sticky, but I think I can do it without adding any extra flour. And my honey is looking very nice. So keep the honey on warm. That's important because these balls are going to go into the honey after we take them out. So cut up the rest of this in there. And now, again, you want to give them a little bit of flour and toss them, you see? It's like I did before. Now let me see how we're doing here. Check these. Well, you know, food has a mind of its own, and those aren't quite ready yet. So let me show you what would happen after that was drained, you see? You would take these balls and you would put them into this honey. And I'm going to put some in right now while I'm waiting for that. So I want to put some of the balls in like so. And you want to really coat these because now you're going to put them into a nice decorative bowl. And what I'm going to show you is just a suggestion. If you didn't want it to do it this way, you wouldn't have to. So I'm going to coat those in a minute. Those are still cooking. So let me get these coated, you see. And now this is that wonderful honey that Roberto gave me, and it smells absolutely wonderful. So now, give them a good coat. And now what am I going to put that in? Well, I'm going to put it in a bowl like this, you see? Because traditionally this is mounded up, so it's almost in a pyramid shape. And sometimes it's very, very hard to do. So what I've done is taken a deep bowl. If you have a bowl like this, or any bowl really, it doesn't have to have this conical shape. And I've lined the bowl, you see, with plastic wrap. Now just a second, because I've got to check this. No, they're not quite there, still taking time. And then, after you've done that, you see, well then, you can go over to these balls that you have in your honey, and you can just start taking them out. You see what I'm doing here? And filling the bowl so that you make a pyramid. This is easier to do than trying to do this on a flat dish by hand. I know, because I've done it, and all these balls have fallen everywhere. So you continue on like this, you see. Continue on until you've come to the top, and keep it pretty even. And then you take this wrap, you see, and fold it over on top of the balls, like so. And then you put it in the refrigerator to get cold. Let me see how these are doing. Well, they're still not ready. And then, when it's done, you see, it'll look something like this. That look nice? And that was done in a dish similar to the one that you just saw. And then you can take honey, you see, and just drizzle it over the top, like so, all over. And let me see how my balls are doing. They're still not ready. So after you've done that, well then you put on what's called hundreds and thousands. And you just sprinkle these on all over. Now doesn't this look festive and gay? And now you can understand why the Italians are such happy people, because they have happy food. And just keep going like that until you have, oh, a profusion of them. And look at how wonderful that looks, even though I made a mess. And now, I think I can take these out. Yes, they look nicely brown, so you want to take them out, shake off the excess oil, you see. And then I just put them right onto brown paper, like that, you see, to drain. And then you can just put the honey over them. And before I forget, I've got to go to the oven, because if you remember, I left the Tiroli in there, and they are just about ready. And there they are. And they look beautiful. And you could also put a little dribbling of a confectioner's icing over that with some hundreds and thousands, and that's another way to have Tiroli. So there you have it. Due dolci con miele. Why don't you try making Tiroli the way we did today, either plain or glazed with a little sugar glaze and some hundreds and thousands. Or how about that carnival food, struffoli, that has honey all over the top? So be a bee in the kitchen, okay? And until I see you nella cucina again, I'm Marianna Esposito. Ciao. Oops.
Sorry about that.
It's okay.
You got stung yet?
Not yet.
Okay.
Not yet.
Now we put this back together and we'll see what some of real natural sweetener looks like.
We didn't
All
find
these frames, see?
Yeah.
They're all capped. Look at that.
So that's almost full, right? There's just that one little edge on the other side.
Oh, there's some cells that they miss a little bit, see? But it's all capped.
Mm-hmm.
And what we're going to do is we'll take this into my little extraction house.